intensity of the bands from the known sample and comparing the intensity of the bands from the unknown specimens, it gives you a measure of the amount of human DNA in a sample, correct?
Yes, an approximate idea.
So if you combine information from a yield gel and a slot blot, you can get a measure of how much bacterial DNA there is in a sample as opposed to human DNA, correct?
Yes, you could if you did a phenylchloroform extraction.
And if you do a yield gel and a slot blot together and find out that there is a comparatively greater amount of bacterial DNA in a sample than human DNA, that is an indication that the sample is degraded.
If you did a phenylchloroform extraction, you'd be able to tell that. But once again, we use Chelex extractions. So we could do the slot blot, and that could be done even after the test results are obtained and at a level of troubleshooting.
Move to strike. This part of the answer is not responsive.
Overrule.
Go ahead. Are you finished? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
My point, sir, is that by using the yield gel and the slot blot together, one can come to a conclusion as to how much bacterial DNA is in a sample versus human DNA, correct?
Once again, if you assume that the person did a phenylchloroform extraction to begin with, which that's not the procedure we use. Once again, we do the Chelex extraction.
You're saying that, in your opinion, it is impossible to do a yield gel while doing Chelex extractions.
This takes the testimony, it's argumentative.
Sustained.
Can you do a yield gel when doing Chelex extractions?
You can, but it's not going to give you information.
So you can do a yield gel and you can do a slot blot when doing Chelex extractions, correct?
Actually, it's irrelevant, it's argumentative.
Overrule.
Okay, once again, Chelex extractions yields somewhat of a different type of extraction product. And because it actually, to a certain extent, chops the DNA up into smaller pieces, but pieces that are not too small for the PCR amplification process. And it also delivers DNA in a state that's what we call single-stranded. In other words, it's not together in the two-stranded form which the phenylchloroform extract yields. And it's because of this that you can do a yield gel, of course, on a Chelex extraction, but it doesn't give you any information like the phenylchloroform extract would give you if you did a yield gel on that.
You finished?
Yes.
All right. So you can do a yield gel while still doing Chelex extractions, yes or no?
Sustained. Let's move on.
You have section 15 of your protocol deals with yield gels, does it not?
I'd have to see that.
While you're looking at it, can you tell us if in section 15 of your protocol concerning yield gels, it indicates anywhere that it shouldn't or cannot be done when you're doing Chelex extractions? Does it say that?
No, it doesn't address that point there. It's only a protocol to explain how to do the yield gel.
Mm-hmm. And section 16 explains how to do a slot blot.
Yes.
And you're telling this jury that in terms of doing Chelex extractions, you have no means, withdrawn. In doing Chelex extractions, you don't have the ability to do a yield gel and a slot blot together to determine whether or not a sample is degraded because it has a lot of comparatively more bacterial DNA than human DNA. Is that what you're saying?
It's argumentative and misstates the testimony, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is it your testimony, sir, when doing Chelex extractions, that one cannot do a yield gel and a slot blot together to get a measure of whether or not a sample is degraded with bacterial contamination.
Objections, argumentative, misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
You can't run a yield gel and get the information that you're referring to.
Now, so you don't know, and in these external proficiency tests that you didn't even run slot plots.
Wasn't necessary. There's typable results. If there was a reason why, I would definitely go back and troubleshoot it by using a yield gel. The extracts aren't thrown away. They're still there.
Now, in these external proficiency tests you did before working on this case, did it involve blood stains that were mixtures involving 2 or more contributors?
I don't ever recall having a mixture on any of my proficiency tests.
So that would
Blood stains.
that would cover proficiency tests before you did work on this case and after you did work on this case.
Yes.
But this case involves blood stains with mixtures, according to the prosecution's theory, of 2 or more people.
Argumentative.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Does this case, in your opinion, sir, involve blood stains that are mixtures of 2 or more contributors?
I did some typing that reflected a mixture, yes.
Show. Screen Defense Exhibit 1159H.
Mr. Scheck.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Yamauchi, is it part of your training that an analyst should systematically change or wash gloves between examining or cutting different items of evidence?
Well, if you're cutting swatches, it's really not necessary because you're not touching the swatches with your gloves.
Your Honor, I move to strike. The answer is not responsive. I asked him a specific question. Is it part of your training that an analyst should systematically change or wash gloves between examining or cutting different items of evidence?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Is it part of your training that an analyst should systematically change gloves between cutting different items of evidence?
No.
Is that in your protocol?
I'm not aware of it.
You did not systematically change or wash gloves between cutting different items of evidence in this case, did you?
Compound.
Overruled.
Once again, I change my gloves when it's necessary. If I'm dealing with swatches, and I believe I explained this earlier, I use a sterile scalpel blade to do my manipulations.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike this as not responsive.
Overruled.
May he
No.
finish his answer?
No, you can ask the next question. Proceed.
Do you feel that routinely changing gloves between each item of evidence that you cut takes too much time?
May
Overruled.
I just don't think it's necessary.
Do you feel that changing your gloves as a matter of routine between cutting different items of evidence would lower the risk of cross-contamination?
Well, if you're touching the evidence item with your gloves, then yes, that's a very good point taken. But if your gloves are not coming in contact with the item of evidence, it's not necessary.
Now, you helped design boards that were presented in this case concerning the methods used for drying swatches.
For one thing, I didn't help design any boards.
Were you consulted in the construction of boards that were introduced through Dennis Fung and Andrea Mazzola in evidence in this case concerning the drying method using test tubes? Were you consulted when those boards were put together?
Objections beyond the scope of direct.
Sustained.
Is changing of gloves between handling wet swatches during the drying process something you believe necessary?
Well, once again, if you're handling, you mean the gloves physically coming in contact with the swatch itself?
Are you familiar with the method used in this case by Mr. Fung and Ms. Mazzola to dry the swatches by taking wet swatches out of plastic bags, placing them in test tubes?
Beyond the scope of direct.
Sustained.
Did you, Aaron Riley, or anyone else from the DNA unit give a lecture to the criminalists that collect, try, and package the evidence, such as Mr. Fung and Ms. Mazzola, telling them that it was critical to systematically alternate substrate controls when handling swatches in the evidence processing room because such controls could later be used as a check against cross-contamination in DNA testing?
Objection, it's compound, may call for hearsay, Your Honor.
It's compound.
Did you or Aaron Riley or anyone from the DNA unit give lectures to the criminalists, specifically Dennis Fung and Andrea Mazzola, about how to handle swatches in the evidence processing room which were going to be subjected to DNA testing?
Compound, may call for hearsay.
Overruled.
Well, I personally haven't lectured them. Aaron Riley may have talked to them about that. I don't know.
In the course of setting up your DNA laboratory, was there any discussion that there should be a uniform method among all the criminalists for handling blood swatches to minimize the risk of cross-contamination?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Calls for speculation, no foundation.
Overruled. Was there any such discussion?
With Dennis and Andrea, no.
No. First question, was there any discussion among you in the DNA unit that it would be important to have one uniform way for handling wet swatches for purposes of minimizing the risks of cross-contamination in DNA testing?
Objection, beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Discussion of one uniform way. No, I'd have to say no.
Now, I'm looking for the board now that concerns cutting the swatches.
All right, while we're waiting, looking for that exhibit, if anybody needs to take a comfort break. We're waiting for one of our jurors to return. All right, why don't you wait till we have all of our jurors back? All right, we have our full complement of jurors. Mr. Scheck, which exhibit is this?
This is,
Testament ships very dangerous.
277.
All right, Peoples 277. Proceed.
Now, Mr. Yamauchi, this is the evidence sampling board, is it not?
Yes, that's what it's described as on the top.
Did you have any part in putting this board together?
Well, at the DA's request, I was asked to be in some photographs, and they put it together.
You mean you didn't give them any advice on how this ought to look based on what you actually did in cutting the swatches in this case?
Objection, call for hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustain.
But you said the DA set it up, right? You just said that,
Yes.
didn't you? Well, before that was set up, didn't you have an extensive discussion with them about exactly what happened before this board was put in place?
Yes, they asked me what I did and how I did it, and they said, let's take some photographs documenting that process. I said, fine.
Mr. Yamauchi, didn't you have a bigger role in setting up boards other than this one?
Objection, it's irrelevant, beyond the scope.
Sustain.
Well, you recall a videotape being made of Andrea Mazzola picking up swatches?
I have objection.
Sustain. No, sustain. It's irrelevant.
There's a videotape made of this.
No.
Okay. And in this demonstration, you are cutting a plain white swatch, is that correct?
Yes.
You're not cutting a red swatch full of blood, are you?
No.
And was that done to minimize the risk that during the course of putting this together, you might accidentally get a little red on your glove?
It's argumentative.
Sustained. Rephrase the
Do
question.
you know who made the decision to use a white swatch rather than a red swatch?
About using red swatches, I don't think that issue ever came up. The whole idea was to demonstrate the procedure that I would go through in sampling.
Well, most of the specimens that you cut were red swatches covered with blood.
Yes.
But you're not demonstrating a red swatch covered with blood on this board, are you?
Yes, I'm just demonstrating the procedure I'd use to cut such a swatch.
And you were aware that other demonstration boards had been put together starting at the beginning of the process where swatches were made with blood on them.
Objections beyond the scope, argumentative.
Sustained. Counsel, the board pretty much speaks for itself what it is and what it isn't. So let's not waste a lot of time on this.
Now, are you telling us, sir, that when you went through all the different swatches on the morning of June 14th, that you only used one hand with the scalpel in it to manipulate those swatches?
Yes, that's how I do my sampling.
So, in other words, looking at this board, you have a scalpel that is about how long?
Approximately 1.5 inches.
And when you grip it, about how much of the blade is there that is uncovered by your fingers?
I don't grab the blade.
Well, look at number 3 on this Exhibit 277. Does that demonstrate how you held the scalpel when you went about manipulating the swatches?
Yes.
All right. And about how much of the scalpel is exposed as you hold it in your hand? How long an area is that?
Maybe 3/4 of an inch.
And the way you go about cutting these swatches and then putting them in a test tube, as indicated on 3, 4, and 5 of this evidence sampling board, is that you do it with just one hand with that scalpel.
Yes.
You cut it, is that correct? Cut the swatch,
Yes.
and then you stick the scalpel into the swatch, pick it up, and put it into the microfuge tube.
Right, the microcentrifuge tube.
And on the morning of June 14th, when you did the swatches in this case, you did all the swatches with one hand.
Well, this is the same procedure I used. Yes, that's how I do it.
And you don't use forceps or tweezers.
No, I don't.
And you never touch any of the swatches with your glove.
No, I don't.
And you didn't touch any of the swatches with your glove on June 14th.
No.
Now, and you feel there's no danger in this technique of touching a swatch with your glove.
No, I never said anything about touching the swatch with my glove.
Doesn't happen.
I didn't touch the swatches with my glove.
Now, you told us on direct examination that with respect to item 49, you originally counted out 5 swatches.
Yes.
And then you noticed that 2 swatches were stuck together.
Yes.
And then you pulled them apart, didn't you?
Yes.
Are you telling us that you pulled apart those swatches with one hand holding that scalpel and didn't use a forceps and didn't use the tweezers and didn't use your other hand?
Yeah, well, it's not easy, but if you take the scalpel blade, you can get it in between them and kind of jiggle them apart.
And you have a specific recollection that you were able to do that in this case?
Yes.
Incidentally, when you were handling the socks last Friday, were you aware that you were also touching the microphone with your gloved hands and then went down and touched the socks?
I could have, yeah.
Were you aware of it?
Yes.
And so there, as far as you're concerned, there's no possibility that you inadvertently touched the swatches, even when you were pulling apart those two swatches that were stuck together on sample 49.
No, I use a scalpel blade.
Now,
Mr. Scheck, 10:45.
now, Mr. Yamauchi, please listen carefully to my question. Is it part of your training to change lab paper between cutting different items of biological evidence?
Okay, if I'm working on one item that needs to be placed on directly to the lab paper, then yes, of course, I'll change the paper. But if I'm working on cloth swatches, what I do is I change the chem wipes that are beneath the bindle, the paper bindle.
So you believe it's important to change paper between handling blood swatches?
The paper immediately underneath the bindle that I'm working on.
Are you aware that in scraping out the blood swatches, in this case, Andrea Mazzola and Dennis Fung did not change the paper between items?
Objection, calls for hearsay beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Did you hear the testimony of Dennis Fung and Andrea Mazzola with respect to how they handled the blood swatches in the evidence processing room on June 14th?
Objection beyond the scope, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
I take it that it's the beyond the scope objection that you're sustaining. Well, you listened to testimony in this case from your fellow criminalists, didn't you?
Yes?
And did you have any part whatsoever in advising Dennis Fung, Andrea Mazzola, or the prosecutors on how to create the board dealing with drying swatches?
Objection beyond the scope, compound, calls for
This
hearsay.
goes to the issue of paper.
Beyond the scope, calls for hearsay, no foundation. Goes
I didn't have anything to do with making their boards, or that was all through the prosecution. They made their own boards.
So, in your opinion, when handling blood swatches, when you're taking them out of test tubes, one should change the paper?
Well, if the swatches are going to touch the paper, then yes, I would say that that would be a good idea. But if they're not allowing the swatches to touch the paper, then there really isn't any reason to change the paper beneath them. You see my point?
Mr. Yamauchi, I thought you just told us that it was your routine practice to change paper every time that you handled a different blood swatch, except when you had chem wipes underneath the bindles.
Objections argumentative, Ms. Stacy's testimony.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Did you just tell us that you believed that paper ought to be changed between each evidentiary item, including blood swatches, except in an instance where you're just changing the chem wipes.
Yes, that's what I said, and that had to do with the blood swatches again.
Is it part of your training to clean a table with bleach between cutting different evidentiary items?
No, I'd make sure that there's a barrier between the table and the item, somewhat like fresh paper, but I wouldn't bleach it down every single time.
That's not in your protocol,
Not to my recollection.
and you didn't do it in this case, did you?
No, I didn't.
And 59B. Now, Mr. Yamauchi, in the course of your training, was there discussion that the danger of cross-contamination is greatest when an analyst is dealing with degraded samples?
And I don't recall anything to do with my training specifically stating that.
Your training took 6 months, at least?
At least.
How long was your training period?
Approximately 6 months.
All right. And you took a course at Roche,
Yes.
and you did readings.
Yes.
And you're telling us that in the course of your readings and in the course of the Roche class, there was no discussion that the danger of cross-contamination is greatest when an analyst is dealing with degraded samples.
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Those exact words being the greatest source of contamination? No, I don't remember anything like that.
All right? Let's try a different phrase. Was there discussion that the risk of cross-contamination was raised when dealing with degraded samples?
No, I don't recall any discussion like that. If you had more information to go along with that, just degraded is not enough for me to make a distinction there.
And in the course of all of your training, there was no discussion of false positives occurring with degraded samples.
No.
On June 14th, you had no idea if the swatches that you were handling from the Bundy scene were degraded.
Well, like I said before, all our casework samples are degraded to a certain degree. How badly? No, there's no way of knowing by looking at a sample what the quantity and quality of DNA is on it.
Right? They look like rich red swatches to you when you were handling them on June 14th.
Well, some of them were red, some of them were light red. They were all different types of shades.
And I think, as you told us already, that it's not your practice to do yield gels.
No, because we do Kelex
All right.
extractions.
But you do allow that you can do a slot blot.
Yes, we could do a slot blot, and that would be used in troubleshooting should something anomalous come up or something that needs to be troubleshooted.
And if you did a slot blot before you proceeded with the extraction of DNA, you would have an idea of how much human DNA within those swatches.
Yes, I would have more information as to that effect.
And if you did a slot blot, that might have given you some information as to whether or not these Bundy samples you were dealing with were degraded.
If I did a slot blot, it would tell me whether or not there was human DNA there, but it doesn't necessarily tell you the state as far as whether it's degraded or not. It can give you a slight idea, but it doesn't address that issue.
Well, if you do
Completely.
I'm sorry, you finished?
Yes, I am.
Well, if you do a slot plot and you see that there is less human DNA than you would expect just by eyeballing the swatches, that would give you some information that you were dealing with degraded samples.
I'm sorry, could you ask that question one more time, please?
Sure. If you did a slot plot and the slot plot reading showed less human DNA than you would have expected just looking at the swatches, wouldn't that be an indication that the samples were degraded?
A little amount of human DNA, that statement coming from a slot plot would be an indication that there's a small amount of DNA there.
And on the morning of June 14th, you were operating on the theory that the blood drops at Bundy had been deposited within 12 hours of their collection.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Were you operating on the premise on the morning of June 14th that the blood drops at Bundy had been deposited within 12 hours of their collection?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Well, we can't really speculate as to how old a stain is. It's just handle all evidence in the same fashion that you would whether it's possibly there for 12 hours or 24 years. The same procedures and steps are in line.
Mr. Yamauchi, are you telling this jury that you would handle a sample that was 24 years old in exactly the same fashion as you would handle a sample that was 12 hours old as far as you knew?
Yes, I would.
In other words, as far as you're concerned, degradation and the effects of time plays no role in the way that one handles samples.
Well, time doesn't necessarily isn't necessarily the only factor that causes degradation. So we have had good typing results off of samples that are a number of years old, and you always just can't put your money on one thing or another.
Well,
So
I'm sorry, you finished?
no, I'm not.
Go right.
Okay, so whether or not you've got a brand new fresh exemplar or an evidence item, you still have to treat them the same. You can't assume that one's old and or degraded or for whatever reason, because there's too many factors involved for us to know everything about that sample.
Now, Mr. Yamauchi, on the morning of June 14th, you had certain information about this case through Dennis Fung, didn't you?
Yes.
He had a conversation with you in the evidence processing room. You do remember that?
Yes.
You don't remember seeing Detective Lang anywhere on the morning of June 14th, right?
Well, I'm not sure if I saw him that day or not. It just, my memory, it's almost a year ago.
Are you aware of any legal issues that have arisen in the last 2 days that make it important for you to forget that you ever saw or spoke to Detective Lang on the morning of June 14th?
Sustained juries to disregard the implication of that question.
I take it you didn't see Detective Lang anywhere near the evidence processing room or any of the swatches on the morning of June 14th?
No, I don't know.
Now, in a conversation you had on the morning of June 14th with Dennis Fong, he communicated certain things to you that he had learned from the detectives that were investigating this case.
That's what I would assume he got that information from, sure.
Well, didn't he tell you explicitly that he had obtained certain information via or through robbery homicide?
Yeah, he might have said that.
Well, don't your notes specifically say that Dennis Fung told you that Mr. Simpson had a cut on his left hand and he had learned that via robbery homicide? Didn't you write that down?
That sounds familiar, but let me check my notes to be sure.
This will be the last question and answer before we take a break. You want to direct his attention to a page?
You found it, didn't you? Mr. Yamauchi, you have your notes as to the morning of June 14th written out as to the events in the evidence processing room on something called a serology item description sheet, do you not?
Yes.
All right. And on the first page of those notes, there is a description of the Bundy samples.
Yes.
And there's a note in the top part of your page indicating that you learned that Mr. Simpson had cut his left finger on his left hand via robbery homicide, per Dennis Fung.
Yeah, I wrote as per Fung and in parenthesis via RHD. OJ's cut on left hand.
All right. And via RHD means that note means, does it not, that Mr. Fung told you that he had learned from the detectives at robbery homicide that Mr. Simpson had a cut in his left hand.
Yes. One more.
Go ahead.
Did he indicate to you, via the detectives from robbery homicide, that the Rockingham blood drops were expected to be Mr. Simpson's blood?
Overruled.
He indicated there was a blood trail leading away from the scene, and he talked about that cut, and they could possibly be linked.
My question had to do with blood drops from Rockingham. Are you with me? Not Bundy.
Blood drops from Rockingham. Okay.
All right. You know which items we're talking about?
Yes.
Did Mr. Fung indicate to you, through information that he got from the detectives at robbery homicide, that they expected that the blood drops at Rockingham would be Mr. Simpson's blood?
It's vague as to the conversation.
Talking about this morning on June 14th.
Overruled.
Well, I didn't get Rockingham samples till the next day, I believe.
When you were talking with Mr. Fung on the morning of June 14th, did you know that detectives at robbery homicide had taken a statement from Mr. Simpson earlier that day?
Sustained. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess at this point for 15 minutes. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you. Do not conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15. On the record, as soon as I get a court reporter. All right, are we ready to proceed? All right. Yes.
Just before the break, Mr. Scheck posed a question that was so unethical and so improper that I think that the transcript should be sent to the State Bar. I think he should not be permitted practice pro hoc vice. I find it not only appalling, but I am ashamed as an officer of the court to see this kind of behavior. It was a deliberately improper question that Mr. Scheck knew to be improper, bringing out such information in front of the jury with no appropriate focus other than to give information to the jury which is inappropriate, which cannot be brought out in that manner, in an effort to prejudice the right of the people to a fair trial, in a very inflammatory manner, no less. I think that the sanction should be very severe, and I think that the court should not take this lightly because the court could see this coming. The court knew that Mr. Scheck was going to try and get that in front of the jury. I'm sure that you did. We anticipated it, and then the question, sure enough, was asked. And Mr. Scheck knows it's improper because there is no lawyer with half a brain, with an IQ above 5, who would not have known that such a question is improper. And to deliberately ask such improper questions, such inflammatory questions, deliberately designed to thwart justice, should not be treated lightly. And we are asking the court to impose a sanction, and we are going to draft a proposal for that sanction. I'd like the opportunity to confer further with counsel concerning that. But at the very least, the jury should be ordered to disregard the statement made by Mr. Scheck and should be admonished that Mr. Scheck's conduct was highly inappropriate. And that's just for starters. May I have a moment, Your Honor? Further, Your Honor, at this time, the defense should be ordered not to make any references to that statement. These references to the statement are an effort to hide behind inferences that can be thrown out in front of the jury so that Mr. Simpson never takes the witness stand. This is an effort to hide behind a lawyer's arguments and a lawyer's statements so that he will not have to take the witness stand and face cross-examination. If Mr. Simpson wants to testify, let him do so. As I said before, we welcome the opportunity to hear what he has to say. But to hide behind implications, inferences, and innuendos that are improperly made before this jury is highly inappropriate, unethical, and a deliberate effort to thwart justice and prejudice the right of the people to a fair trial. So no further reference should be allowed by this court to be made to any statement by the defense to the ends that I've indicated. And the jury should be ordered to disregard any statement made thus far and should also be admonished that Mr. Scheck acted in an unethical and improper manner in doing so.
Mr. Scheck?
Your Honor, I don't think there was anything wrong with the question I asked. There is evidence in this record that Mr. Simpson gave a statement. The contents of it are not in the record, and we went down that road. The question I asked Mr. Yamauchi, which is an area which I think I'm entitled to explore and to get his answers under oath, are to what extent he has knowledge about information from robbery homicide. Now, I did not ask what I think would be objectionable questions, and that is, are you aware that Mr. Simpson said A, B, C, and D? That I can't ask, but I can ask, and in fact, it's foundational to some more questions that I want to ask him now about, was he aware or did he know that Mr. Simpson made a statement? Did he know it through Dennis Fung? Did he know it through Greg Matheson? Did he know it from listening to news reports? Now, if he says yes, that he was aware of it, then I might be able to go further in terms of what he knew in terms of the door that they opened. I obviously can't say by my questions, were you aware that Mr. Simpson said A, B, C, and D? But I'm allowed to ask whether he was aware that Mr. Simpson made a statement. And the fact is, that we've already had in the record the fact that Mr. Simpson went down and the evidence has been that Detective Van Anner and Detective Lang took a statement from, so the jury knows that. There was one other incident, as I recall, and the court will recall the details a little better than I am sure, where there was another door opening problem with respect to characterizations of what he did or didn't say with respect to the other detectives. But I believe my question was very careful, and I think I'm allowed. What I want to ask him. Actually, the witness is here. Maybe he should.
Has nothing to do with what I'm going to rule upon here.
Okay. Well, I wanted to propose further questions along this line that I think I should be entitled to ask as to the state of this witness's knowledge, without getting into the
What's
contents.
the relevance of that?
What?
What's the relevance of
Well,
that?
as I understood the court's ruling with respect to opening the door, and I'm not sure the witness should be here for this, but a lot of it turned on the extent to which this witness had knowledge of certain information via what sources. The prosecution has elicited hearsay statements with respect to a statement of airtight alibi on their direct examination, and deliberately elicited hearsay as to Fung's conversations with Yamauchi and his state of knowledge, which I didn't object to. And it came out. And the reason I didn't object to it is that I want to probe it now. And I think I should be entitled to probe it. Now, I want to probe it in a way, and I think I have done it in a way that's perfectly responsible, where I'm not saying what Mr. Simpson said. I'm not introducing the content. I think I'm perfectly allowed to establish what, if anything, he knew about whether a statement was taken, and what other sources of information he had through Dennis Fung about facts that came via robbery homicide. I mean, the court made a ruling at a certain point with respect to door opening that was based on the representations of the prosecutors as to what Mr. Yamauchi would say and what he had said so far on direct. I think I'm allowed to go into the state of his knowledge to see whether or not I can elicit more information that will allow me to go somewhat further. To do it carefully, but I think that under the court's ruling, I'm allowed to do that.
Don't we have a huge 352 problem here, though?
Well, the 352 problem, I don't think applies with respect to information that Mr. Yamauchi would get via the detectives at robbery homicide that would go to the analysis of samples. Now, with respect to whether or not the blood at Rockingham was undisputedly Mr. Simpson's, or whether he had information to that effect without saying that Mr. Simpson said that, is relevant in terms of how the samples were handled and what he knew, and whether the samples should have been handled at the same time, and the level of DNA content of the samples. It's all relevant. I think I indicated to the court before I was going to go down that road, and that's one of the things that I wanted to explore with this witness. Frankly, that's my next line.
Couch your questions in terms of a statement that you cannot bring in through this witness, I think, is unduly confusing and time-consuming, isn't it?
Well, before I propose it, could I again ask that Mr. Yamauchi be excused for just a minute if we're going to discuss what he will or will not say?
I hate to take a whole lot of time.
Well, Your Honor.
Mr. Yamauchi, why don't you step outside? Thank you. Mr. Scheck.
Yes. Obviously, this area also goes to the whole issue that they brought up of examiner bias and what the source of his knowledge was and wasn't. They brought it up, not me. And they brought it up earlier in terms of Detective Lang volunteering this. Now, I think I'm allowed to go into, I mean, just because the prosecutors get up and say he didn't know anything except what he heard on television doesn't mean I can't probe it on cross-examination. Frankly, I think it's highly incredible that we have in the notes of Matheson that Yamauchi was present at a meeting between him and Detective Lang, along with Mr. Fung, and that Detective Lang was in the evidence processing room was in SID that morning, and this man has no recollection of even seeing him. I mean, I think it's perfectly clear that we should be able to explore whether his memory got very convenient about what contact he had with the investigators and what Mr. Fung told him the investigators believed and the basis for the investigator's knowledge. Because to the extent that he has knowledge of that, it goes to the issue of examiner bias, and it goes, frankly, to the issue of how far that door can be opened. And I don't see why I'm restricted in cross-examination from exploring those areas when they brought it up, just because they say, oh, we heard it all from news reports, and it doesn't have any, it didn't emanate at all from the police. Why should I be bound by that? I should be able to explore what information he got from the police without explicitly indicating what the content of the statement is.
But you can't do it without bringing in contents of statements if what you suggest is true.
Well, I haven't gone that far yet. All that I have said, and I've been very careful, that's the point. I asked him whether he knew through Mr. Fung or through police that there was a statement. Next question I want to ask him is that he said that he had listened to news media reports. Was he aware that Mr. Simpson had made a statement through news media reports? That's all. I mean, we've all seen the videotapes where Mr. Simpson was taken down to the Parker Center, and there was reports of the statement being made.
We've all seen that. The jury has not seen that.
I understand
At least
that.
not as part of this record.
Well, but what is part of the record is that they had him testify to airtight alibi. Now they get up and say, be assured, none of that information came through detectives at Robbery Homicide. All of that information came through television news media broadcasts. Well, if that's the case, I think I should be able to ask him if he learned through television news media broadcasts on the evening of June 13th that Mr. Simpson had made a statement. And if he did learn that from television news media broadcasts, why shouldn't I ask him if he inquired of Mr. Fung about that statement and about what the detectives had told him? I mean, I think I should be allowed to go down that line without getting into the content of the statement.
All right, I'm going to sustain the 352 objection to that. I think it's way too overbroad. It takes us down avenues that we don't need to go with this particular witness. You're directed not to ask any further questions regarding statements made by Mr. Simpson. Let's proceed.
Well, Your Honor, then can I make the request that if that's going to be the ruling, that the jury should be instructed to disregard the statement he made about airtight alibi?
I'll tell them that. Let's proceed.
Your Honor, this is in direct derogation to your own order before saying that there was no 356 problem here. The witness was testifying to his state of mind based on a newscast.
Counsel, that should not have been gone into in the first place. I then asked, if you recollect, I asked the defense if they wanted stricken. They indicated they did not. Let's have Mr. Yamuchi. Let's have the jurors. Seated. Let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed any further, I'm going to instruct you to disregard any testimony by this witness, Mr. Colin Yamauchi, as it relates to any statements alleged to have been made by Mr. Simpson, either on direct examination or on cross-examination. All right, Mr. Yamauchi, would you return to the witness stand, please? All right, good morning again, Mr. Yamauchi. You're reminded, sir, you are still under oath. Mr. Sheck, you may continue.
59C. Mr. Yamauchi, was it part of your training to avoid cutting evidence items with high DNA content in the same period and in the same location as you're dealing with evidence of low DNA content? Was that part of your training?
Rephrase the question.
As part of your training, were you given any instruction on how to handle evidence items that might contain high DNA content and low DNA content?
Well, we already went over this. Is you can't really know whether some items have high DNA or low DNA by looking at them. So falling back to my normal standard procedure, I make sure I don't open up an evidence item along with another one. In other words, I only work on one item at a time, so at no time are two items of evidence open simultaneously. And I think that would address your question, because if I don't have two of them open simultaneously, then they wouldn't be done at the same time.
Well, so as far as you're concerned, there are no dangers then of first cutting a sample with high DNA content, putting that aside, and then moving to a sample with low DNA content.
Argumentative misstates test. No.
Do you understand the question, Mr. Yamauchi?
And I believe I do.
All right, go ahead and answer.
Once again, if I sample an item and I don't know what the content of DNA is in there, irregardless of that, I'll sample that, close it off, and take care of everything with that one sample first. And only then, my sample's encased into one of those microcentrifuge tubes. Only after all that's capped and everything's closed off will I move on to another sample.
All right? And so as far as you're concerned, as long as you go sample number one, then you take sample number two, there's no problem.
Overruled.
Following my procedure where I close everything off, no, I don't see a problem with that.
Now, let's move to the DNA extraction phase and the DNA amplification phase. Are you with me?
Okay.
On those two phases, was it part of your training to avoid analyzing samples with high DNA content and low DNA content in the same series, in the same run of microcentrifuge tubes?
Well, my procedure of only keeping one tube opened at one time and working on one sample at a time goes through to my handling in the amplification process also. So at no given time do I have two tubes opened of extract simultaneously. I'll only have one open at each individual time, and I'll pipette from that into the next step. And in that case, those two would be open, but one's receiving the sample.
So it was never part of your training to avoid, at the extraction phase or the amplification phase, doing in the same run samples with high DNA content and low DNA content, just in case there was inadvertent cross-contamination. That's not part of your training.
Overruled. you understand the question?
Yes. Once again, they're closed off from each other, so there's no way they can contaminate each other.
No way you can make an inadvertent mistake, a mistake you're not aware of.
Sustain. Sustain.
You've received no training to avoid situations with high DNA content and low DNA content samples in analysis to lower the risk of cross-contamination. That's not part of your training.
Once again, the whole procedure by which I sample and do the analyses preclude that from happening because I separate each and everything off from each other.
Is it part of your training not to cut evidence samples from two different crime scenes in the same place during the same period of time?
Sustain.
In the evidence processing room, within a half-hour period, taking sample after sample, was it part of your training to avoid cutting samples from different crime scenes? In the same series?
Once again, my procedure, I don't allow two items of evidence open at the same time. I do them one at a time.
Okay, so since you do the evidence items one at a time, it doesn't matter to you that you'll handle evidence item number 1 from one crime scene, and then you move to evidence item 2 from another crime scene.
It's not happening at the same time.
Well,
I sample everything one by one.
you do a series of 5 items. Are you with me?
Okay.
Item 1 comes from crime scene number 1. You finish with that, then you go to item 2 from crime scene number 2. Go to item 3 from crime scene number 3. Go to item 4 from crime scene number 4. Item 5 from crime scene number 5. No problem with that.
Provided the conditions and the procedure that I use is in effect, where I make sure each item of evidence is closed off from the next one to eliminate chances of cross-contamination, that's fine.
1159F. Your answer would be the same with respect to handling samples from a suspect and a victim in a series.
Yes, my answer is the same, using my protocol and procedure.
1159E. Now, Mr. Yamauchi, let's talk about handling reference samples from a suspect and evidence samples. Do you not agree that a reference sample from a suspect creates a special danger of cross-contamination?
If mishandled, of course it would create a danger, but if it's handled correctly, there's no danger.
Would you agree that reference samples contained highly concentrated amounts of DNA?
They have a good amount of DNA in them.
Well, the blood from a reference sample, you would expect to be much more highly concentrated in terms of its DNA content than the blood swatches that you handled on the morning of June 14th.
How would I know that?
You wouldn't.
You can't tell by, I'm sorry. Can I finish?
I thought you had.
Well,
You asked me, how would you know that? Let me pose another question to you,
okay.
okay?
Your Honor, I think he was going to embellish.
Now,
I think, have you completed your answer?
Well, I'd like to add something.
All right. Answer the question.
Okay, in terms of looking at swatches, you can't tell the quantity or quality of DNA that's on them just by looking at it. It's not scientifically possible to do that kind of assessment. You can give a ballpark guess, but you can't know.
Next question.
Mr. Yamauchi, is it not fundamental laboratory practice to assume that the blood from the reference sample of a suspect is going to be much more highly concentrated in terms of its DNA than the sample that you'll get from an evidence specimen?
That's not always the case. Sometimes you can get evidence samples that are very concentrated in DNA.
My question to you, sir, is, isn't it fundamental laboratory practice to assume when examining a reference sample and examining an evidence sample that the reference sample is going to have much more highly concentrated DNA?
Objections are merited, no foundation.
Oh,
No, I can't assume that. I treat all my samples the same way, the same proper precautions that I explained earlier.
So you make no special exception for handling a suspect's reference sample?
Well, I may take a smaller piece, a smaller cutting.
When handling a vacutainer tube with a defendant's reference sample, there is a danger of aerosols or sprays when the tube is opened.
Well, there is if you just open the cap up, but if you do, as I explained earlier, and put Kim wipes over the top of the cap and carefully open up the cap, any aerosol that could be caused by that would be trapped in the Kim wipe. And in that way, I rest assured that my procedure is good at keeping any such aerosols from contaminating anything else.
And when opening these tubes, there tends to be blood on the caps,
Yes.
and that can present a danger when you handle it of getting blood from the cap on your hands or on other items.
Well, yes, and I keep the cap inside of the wad of Kim wipes.
And when you're handling a reference tube, there's a danger in opening it of spills.
Well, anytime you hold a vial or a glass of liquid, there's a danger of a spill.
And when you're handling these Fitzco, you make a Fitzco card by pouring about how many drops of blood in each of the 4 quadrants of the card?
I said approximately 250 microliters, 200 to 250, and I don't pour it out of the tube. I use a pipetter.
And how many drops would it take to fill up one of those 250 to 500 microliter quadrants in the card?
I think I said 200 to 250
No, how many drops? 200 to 250.
microliters.
Yes.
And how many drops
How
is
many
that?
drops for each quadrant?
You know, I couldn't tell you.
And these cards are wet when you first drop the blood on them?
Are they wet before I drop the blood on them?
No, after.
Well, if blood's wet, obviously it's going to be wet after you drop the blood on the card.
Right. And in handling those cards, one must protect against the danger of cross-contamination with reference blood.
Yes.
Now, is it part of your training that evidence samples and known exemplars or reference samples be extracted at different times and/or locations.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard the expression that evidence samples and known exemplars be extracted at different times and/or locations?
Once again, my whole practice and procedure allows for every evidence item to be handled separately from another. So it's always happening at a separate time and place. I make sure that none of my evidence is opened up simultaneously. Once again, I open up an item of evidence, I work on that. After I'm done, I close that off and make sure it's away and in no way allowing the opportunity for that to contaminate with anything else. And then I go on to the next item.
Mr. Yamauchi, my question to you was not for you to repeat again, but my question was, have you ever heard the phrase that evidence samples and known exemplars be extracted at different times and/or locations? Have you ever heard that?
Yes, and once again, my protocol
answer is yes.
addresses that.
Yes. The answer is yes, right?
That's what I said, yes.
Thank you. And that is, in fact, a phrase that is in section 25 of your protocol.
Well, I could take your word for it, or you could show it to me.
Well, first, does it ring a bell with you as an important phrase or admonition?
It sounds familiar, yes.
All right. Show you this document. Call your attention to the last paragraph there. Does that refresh your recollection as to what your protocol contains?
Yes,
Do you rely on that section, that paragraph that's contained in section 25 of your protocol?
yes,
That's under the section of quality assurance program.
yes,
And this section says, to assure that no contamination occurs between known samples and evidentiary samples in a case, the exemplars and evidentiary samples are extracted at different times and/or locations, right?
yes.
Now, first of all, let's get some phrases down. Do you take it to mean that known samples and exemplars would refer to a suspect's reference sample?
Yes,
Now, do you interpret this section of your protocol to permit you to do an extraction of the defendant's reference sample in the same run as evidentiary samples?
yes, and that's the whole idea behind the precautions that I take to make sure that I don't open up more than one evidence item at the same time, and so on and so forth with the tubes that are being transferred from one extraction into the amplification tube. These are not allowing any more than one tube to be open at a time.
Now,
And that's the reason why I do it that way, to address that particular issue.
you think that when you're handling a series of tubes that contained evidence samples and one that contains the defendant's reference samples in one run, that you were complying with that section of the protocol?
Objection, that's argumentative.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
All right. Let's assume, as you have stated, that you're opening each of the tubes that contains the samples and closing them one after another.
I only open one at a time.
You open one at a time. Let's assume that. Okay?
Okay?
Do you interpret your protocol as permitting you to do extractions with this series of tubes all right, in one extraction session, including the defendant's reference sample and evidentiary specimens, as long as you do them one at a time.
Provided the strict precautions that I use in handling my evidence is taken into consideration, that's all right.
So you interpret the phrase at different locations and or times in a way that doesn't include a situation such as this case, where you handled Mr. Simpson's reference, you extracted Mr. Simpson's reference sample on the morning of June 14th in the same series where you did the Bundy samples.
Objections made, compound, argumentative.
Sustained.
Let me try it this way. On the morning of June 14th, you did an extraction on Mr. Simpson's reference sample.
Yes.
On the morning of June 14th, you did an extraction on the Bundy samples.
Yes.
That was in the series of 23 tubes that you were doing in one day.
Yes.
And you did those extractions in the serology laboratory.
Yes.
And you did it in your hood.
Part of the time.
And the location was either your hood or your desk right next to the hood where you were doing these extractions.
My workstation and the hood. Yes.
That was the location.
Locations.
And the time that it took you to do the extraction on these 23 tubes was how long?
It's approximately an hour and a half that process would take place over.
And as far as you're concerned, your protocol says it's perfectly all right to handle Mr. Simpson's reference tubes along with those 23 samples in that location during that time period. That's perfectly fine.
Sure, provided you take the precautions that I take.
Did you hear Dr. Cotton testify as to the precaution that she takes in terms of extracting reference samples separate from other extractions up until the amplification phase? And I'm referring to page 27305 of Dr. Cotton's testimony.
Objections still hearsay, beyond the scope, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with the practices of other laboratories in terms of extracting evidence samples and defendant's reference samples?
I'm not familiar with other people's protocols and procedures. I just know that we have ours, and it's got a lot of basis back to the Roche user guide.
In terms of your training, did you investigate the methods used by other laboratories in terms of extracting reference samples and evidentiary samples?
Did I investigate other people's protocols and procedures as to that?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
You said you have some recollection of the CACLD studies. Does that recollection include anything about how a false positive occurred in terms of extracting a suspect's reference sample at the same time as evidentiary specimens?
Hearsay, beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Now, before discussing the way you handled Mr. Simpson's reference tube and evidentiary specimens in the evidence processing room on the morning of June 14th, I'd like to ask you a few questions about your note-keeping practices. Have you taken a look at the way notes are prepared at the Department of Justice
I haven't seen their notes.
Did you see any of the testimony with respect to note-taking from Gary Sims or Renee Montgomery?
Or well, he can say whether or not he saw that.
No, I don't recall.
Do you believe it's important that notes are detailed with respect to the order in which samples are handled? Laboratory notes.
Could you be more specific?
I'll try. Do you think that laboratory notes should be specific as to the order in which the analyst handles samples?
You mean write out what time or everything that you handle each sample?
Well, let's just start with order and not with specific time. Should your notes reflect the order in which you handled samples and performed analysis on samples?
Objection, that's compound.
Start with
Sustained.
ordered samples, handled samples. Should they reflect the order in which you handled samples?
Notes, the reason why anybody takes notes is to ensure that,
Move to strike as unresponsive. My question is
Sustained.
simply this.
Do you understand the question, sir? Is it important to note the order in which samples are handled?
I would say that's important, but it's not the most critical issue of note-taking.
Is that something that you do in your notes? In terms, do you list the order in which you handle samples?
Well, in my descriptive notes, it comes out that way because obviously I'm working on one item, and so I've got to describe that, and so on and so forth down the line.
And when you're referring to your descriptive notes, would that include the pages that you made out on June 14th on your serology item description sheets?
Yes, that would be what I'm referring to.
And how many pages do you have referring to your handling of samples on the morning of June 14th? And June 15th, these serology item description notes. Do you have a total of 5 pages, sir?
Yes.
All right. Are they numbered in any particular order?
No, they're not.
Now, I'd like to ask that these 5 pages be marked as defendants next in order. 1185. Now, I show you these serology item description notes, the 5 pages, and ask you to look at them and tell me if I have them in the order in which you wrote them.
No, I don't believe so.
All right? Would you please put them in the order in which you wrote them and mark the first page as 1 and go through 5? Now, Mr. Yamauchi, you think it's good laboratory practice not to note, withdrawn. Do you think it's good laboratory practice not to write contemporaneously the number on your note pages?
On descriptive notes, no, I don't think it's necessary.
How do you know, sitting here today, which of these you wrote in what order?
I told you that's the way I believe it to be, to the best, and that's to the best of my recollection.
Now, did you figure this out, the order, in terms of how you wanted to, withdrawn? Did you number these pages in a way that would be consistent with a reconstruction of events that you think would be good for your testimony?
Objection, that's argumentative. and this
Sustained.
case has to be-
Sustained.
Do you have some concern, Mr. Yamauchi, that your analysis of the glove, your sampling from the glove, could have occurred between 9 and 10 o'clock that morning?
Do I have some concern?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have notes as to what time I sampled that.
You don't, do you?
No, I don't.
And you testified on direct examination that you think it happened sometime in the morning, maybe in the afternoon.
Well, if you're reading from an official transcript and that's what I said, then yeah, that sounds about right, approximately.
Mr. Yamauchi, could you have analyzed cut samples from the glove between 9 and 10 o'clock that morning?
Well, according to my notes, I was sampling the other swatches, so I don't think that's very likely. I would have been working on that.
Well, your notes indicate that you sampled the Bundy blood drops between 10 and 11,
Yes.
and that you sampled the 2 exemplars from Miss Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman between 11 and 11:20.
Well, they were, you mean the samples that were taken at the scene at that point to act in lieu of having the actual exemplars? Yes.
And you had a conversation that morning with Mr. Matheson and Mr. Fung at around 7:30, 8 o'clock.
That's not in my notes, but that's approximately, I talked to Greg somewhere in there, or Greg and Dennis.
Have you looked at Mr. Matheson's notes as to what time he recalls the conversation occurring?
No, I haven't seen his notes.
Have you discussed it with him?
Discuss what time I talked to him?
Yeah, when a meeting occurred between you and him that morning.
No.
Now, Your Honor, may I put page 1 of 1185, as he's numbered it on the Elmo?
Yes.
Now let's start reading your page 1 of 1185 from the top. Harris, could you just move it a little to the left? No, I meant to the right. All right. At the top, you indicate here 117, 115, 114, 113, 112. Now, those are the photo identification numbers for the Bundy swatches, correct?
Yes.
And then you indicate to the right of that from driveway, from walkway, and then you have, what do you call it, ditto marks underneath it?
Yes.
And then you have grouped their victims' residence, right?
Right.
And that reflects the notes you took on your conversation with Mr. Fung that morning on what he was telling you those samples represented.
Yes.
And then below that, you have 106 and 107, and those reflect the exemplars from Mr. Goldman and Ms. Simpson.
What would at that time be used in place of them? Yes.
And one of them indicates off the stump, the other one indicates concrete.
Yes.
And then you have next to that, these samples not true exemplars, right?
Right.
And then the next thing you wrote is glove, right? Can you read that line to us?
Number 9. Number 9, glove, and then there's BRN. I think that means brown. Because that's what well, these are my notes. That means brown. Brown glove with red stain as per Fung, and then in parentheses via RHD. OJ's cut on left hand, and then underneath.
And what does that say underneath?
Next page.
Next page. But the next page that you numbered for me just a minute ago is your drawings of the Bundy swatches, right?
Yes.
And page 3 of what you numbered for me is a diagram of the glove.
Yes.
So, Mr. Yamauchi, when you put down glove and then next page under that, were you not referring to the diagram you made of the glove?
You know, that makes good sense. That's probably the order they went in.
So, page 3 is page 2, isn't it?
How could that be?
Overruled. Do you understand the question?
Yeah, if you're referring to the numbers you had me put on the pages, yes, but once again, I don't number my pages.
I understand, but looking at your notes and reconstructing it now, what you labeled as page 3 should be page 2.
It seems that way, yes.
Do you mind if I renumber them?
Go right
With
ahead.
permission?
Sure.
Now, turning back to page 1, the next entry down refers to Mr. Simpson's blood vial, the reference tube.
Yes.
And indicates what you did underneath that is you wrote down what you saw on the outside of the tube. Is that what you did?
Yes, the ones in the quotes.
Yes. And then at the what appears to be in the bottom right-hand side of, as we're looking at on the screen, you have a line that indicates used about 1 milliliter for swatching, correct?
Yes.
Now, looking at your notes now, Mr. Yamauchi, in terms of the order in which you listed the items, does it not appear that you handled the glove, as your diagram on what we now agree is page 2 indicates, you sampled the glove before you did the Bundy swatches?
Yes, that's possible.
Your Honor, I think this is a good place to stop.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. We'll stand in recess until 1 o'clock. All right, Mr. Yamaguchi, you can step down.
There are not now, nor have there been, nor will there be any plea bargaining discussions in this case. This is a case where there is no plea bargain, will be no plea bargain, and I thought I should make the record clear in that regard. And we've heard all these rumors, and I wanted to put them to rest once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. All right, let's have the jurors, please. Gentlemen, please be seated. And Mr. Yamaguchi, would you resume the witness stand? All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Colin Yamauchi is again on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Sheck. Good afternoon again, Mr. Yamauchi. Sir, you were mighty. You were still under oath. Mr. Sheck, you may conclude your cross-examination.
Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good afternoon, Mr. Yamauchi.
Good afternoon.
Now, we were discussing before we took our lunch break notes. And would you agree that there is an important scientific reason that one makes lab notes that are detailed?
Important scientific reason. Okay, you're going to have to explain and be more specific about what you mean by detailed.
Well, do you believe that it is important for purposes of another scientist looking at your notes and trying to evaluate exactly what you did and how you did it, that your notes be detailed as to what procedures you performed and the order in which you did them?
That's irrelevant.
Oh, well.
We have protocols and procedures manuals that state and explain exactly how we operate and what conditions we use and everything like that's available. Notes are taken to aid in recollection and to help an analyst recall and remember important points that are happening through the examination process.
So you're saying, are you saying, sir, that you have a protocol in place and there's no need to take detailed notes as to what you did and the order in which you did it, because one can just simply assume that you followed the protocol?
Objection is contested.
Sustained.
Well, in your answer, you just indicated that did you indicate, sir, that it's not important to take detailed notes as to what you did and the order in which you did it, because one can just rely on the assumption that you followed everything that's in your protocol?
Objection, that's argument.
Overruled.
Well, sure, the protocol is there to represent what we do and the manner in which we do it. There are guidelines set up so that the analyst has a way and a reference to know the proper techniques. That's what that's for.
Well, aren't there many important issues of evidence handling that are not addressed in your protocol?
Objection, that's argument.
Suspect.
Are there important issues of evidence handling that are not addressed in your protocol?
You'd have to be more specific.
Well, the evidence handling section of your protocol is 2 pages long. Isn't it?
Well, you could show it to me, otherwise I'd have to take your word for it.
Would you like to see it?
Well, if you're going to ask me about it, yes, please.
No problem.
Okay.
Section 4 of your protocol is entitled Evidence Handling.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes, that's what it says there.
Well, Mr. Yamauchi, you take a look at it and you satisfy yourself. Don't take my word for anything. You look at it. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Is that the section 4 of your protocol that deals with evidence handling?
If this is a copy from our protocols and procedures manual, I'll take your word for it.
All right, proceed.
Now, Mr. Yamauchi, your section on evidence handling doesn't discuss how swatches, bloodstained swatches, ought to be handled in the evidence processing room when they're collected.
Overruled.
Well, I'd have to read through this thing again to refresh myself completely. But what you're talking about doesn't sound like it's a complete issue for our unit. It sounds like it's an issue that has to do with processing of evidence that would be associated with the crime scene investigation.
So the DNA unit has nothing to do with the way that blood-stained evidence is collected at a crime scene, dried, and packaged in the evidence processing room.
Objection, that's argumentative.
Sustained.
You know, this is the PCR approach.
Sustained.
Oh, Mr. Yamauchi, did I understand your answer to the last question correctly? That the evidence, that the procedures used in handling blood swatches from the point of their collection to their drying in the evidence processing room and their packaging in coin envelopes and bindles in the evidence processing room has no relationship or is not covered under the responsibilities of the DNA unit?
Objections, compounds, argumentative.
Overruled.
No, actually, they're two separate issues.
So from the point of view, from your point of view as an analyst in the DNA unit, the collection, drying, and packaging of bloodstains is not, for purposes of DNA, stains that are going to be used for DNA testing, is not part of your responsibility.
Objections, argumentative, and misstates his testimony.
Sustained. Phrase the question. Do you need to be there with this exhibit
Well,
anyway?
I will be in a second, yes.
All right.
Yes, I'm in the beginning of weeks.
My only concern is you're standing between juror number 7 and the
I'm
witness.
sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right.
Still experimenting with how to configure myself in this courtroom.
All right, address witness.
Mr. Yamauchi, when you and Ms. Riley and others were setting up your DNA unit, you did not regard it as part of your responsibility to monitor the methods that were used for the collection and packaging and drying of bloodstain evidence that would be tested in your DNA unit.
Objections, argumentative, this is facts and no evidence.
Sustained.
Did you regard it as part of your responsibility, you meaning the DNA unit, to review and monitor the procedures that were used for the collection, drying, and packaging of blood swatches that would be subjected to DNA testing?
That's the responsibility of the trace unit, and they would be open to any advice that we'd give them. As far as the handling or implementation of any newer protocols and procedures in their end of the laboratory, that's kind of out of my hands. Erin Riley has done training where she's explained handling of evidence and collection, but personally, no, I haven't been involved in that directly.
Was it part of your training? Withdrawn. Did the issue arise in your training that the collection and handling of biological evidence before the formal DNA testing starts can result in cross-contamination of samples?
Well, yeah, of course that's possible, but I don't think it's probable.
Mr. Scheck, why don't you turn the podium to face the witness?
I'm sorry. Now, in the evidence handling section of your protocol, is there anything in there about how to handle a suspect's reference to?
Objection, John is still.
Overruled.
That's not an issue that this particular area is set up to address.
Is there any section in your DNA protocol that lays out procedures for handling a suspect's reference tube during the process of examining and cutting specimens.
It's beyond the scope. Mr.
Overruled.
I'm really not sure if there is specifically addressing that issue in the detail that you described.
So in terms of how you handled the reference sample of Mr. Simpson in relation to the other crime scene specimens on the morning of June 14th, we cannot get any assistance from the protocol.
Sustained.
Can we get any assistance from the protocol in terms of the procedures that are supposed to be used in handling a reference sample and crime scene specimens?
Objection, that misstates his testimony.
Yes, if we could.
Overruled.
Quite possibly there could be something that alludes to what you're getting at, but specifically what you're talking about, I'd have to go through and review the notes and that protocol and dig through it.
But as you sit here today, to the best of your knowledge, there's nothing you can recall here that specifically lays out how a suspect's reference sample is supposed to be handled in the evidence processing room when you're cutting crime scene specimens.
Well, as you can see, it's a long protocol. I can't just pull it out of the air. I'd have to go look through it.
Well, can you suggest any section other than the evidence handling section where you would expect to find it?
With that specific detail, what you just described, no, I don't think so.
So in terms of the details of how you handled Mr. Simpson's reference sample and the crime scene specimens on the morning of June 14th, would it be fair to say that the written record we would have to rely upon are your notes?
At this point, yes.
And you mentioned just a second ago that one of the purposes of notes is to aid in the recollection by an analyst when you come and you talk to a jury about what you did and when you did it.
Not so much when I did it, but what I did. And basically, it speaks for itself. We do things in the same fashion, over and over again. And we'll take notes if there's anything that's out of the ordinary or that would be needed to refresh your recollection. It's not something that's overly detailed, and it's not something that you just scribble a few lines on either. Because quite obviously, if you're taking notes, you're not working, and if you're working, you're not taking notes. So we have to take a good balance of both in order to get done what we're intending to accomplish. And that's, in the end, to have something to refer back to in case something becomes an issue and say, yes, I have that in my notes. I can recollect that now. That's what it's all about.
I'm sorry, you finished, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. In the course of your training, did you consult with other laboratories to see what procedures they used in terms of note-keeping?
No.
Have you done many cases since June 14th and 15th of 1994?
Not many.
How many samples do you think you've processed, that is, in the evidence processing room, since June 14th and 15th of 1994?
Relevant beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I haven't processed any samples in the evidence processing room since then.
You have not.
No.
Have you processed them in the serology lab?
Yes.
All right. And how many do you think you've processed in the serology lab?
Overruled.
I'd have to go back and check the records to be sure.
Think it would be 100 or more?
Possibly.
And you could not remember, without the aid of notes, what you did to those specimens and the order in which you did it.
It's argumentative. Rephrase the question.
Can you remember what you did with those over 100 specimens since June 15th? What you did and the order in which you did it without notes?
You're asking me in general or in great detail? Because in great detail, yes, I would like to refer to my notes, but in general, I know I would have extracted them and went about the normal procedures that I do for the PCR DQ alpha process.
Well, is every case the same?
Sustain.
Did you not testify on direct that it is not your custom or practice to prepare detailed notes on items that you sample?
I'd have to see that in its full context.
Did you tell us on direct examination, if you recall, that you take general approximations? That's how you described your note-taking procedure, your note-taking custom and practice.
It's vague and misleads its testimony.
Oral.
When I describe certain items, yes, I do take approximations.
Now, referring to June 14th and your notes of June 14th in the morning, your notes do not indicate when you received Mr. Simpson's reference to, do they?
I don't believe so, but let me check. I have the date that I received it as the 14th of June, but not the time.
So, in terms of time, you do not have, your notes do not indicate when you received Mr. Simpson's reference to. True?
That's true.
And they do not indicate when you prepared that Fitzco card.
No, there's no time on that.
And they do not, your notes do not indicate whether you created the Fitzco card before or after you did cuttings on the glove.
No, it's not indicated.
And your notes do not indicate whether you created the Fitzco card before, after, or during your cutting of the Bundy swatches.
No, they don't indicate that.
Mr. Yamauchi, is your memory improving about how you handled Mr. Simpson's reference sample on the morning of June 14th?
Sustain.
Has your memory been improving since August of 1994? August 19, yes, it's August of 1994. About how you handled Mr. Simpson's reference to.
Well, in certain areas, it would depend on what things I would have to spark my recollection.
Well, in August of 1994, you gave some brief testimony concerning your handling of Mr. Simpson's reference tube and the crime scene specimens.
Okay.
Is that true?
Sounds familiar, yes.
You reviewed that testimony before you came here.
Still, that's many pages, and that's a while ago, too. If you got specific areas, please show them to me. I'd like to see them. and then I'll answer questions about them.
In August of 1994, you were not sure if you received Mr. Simpson's reference sample before or after you received the crime scene samples.
Sustain.
I'm asking you.
Question's not properly formed, counsel.
In August of 1994, were you sure if you received Mr. Simpson's reference sample before or after you received the crime scene samples?
Overruled.
I'm sorry, one more time, please.
Sure. In August, were you sure if you had received Mr. Simpson's reference sample before or after you received the crime scene samples?
I would have just, at that time, probably been going off my notes. Overall, that's a closer date to the time when it actually happened, so maybe my recollection was a little bit better. But unless I know specifically what you're referring to, I really can't be of much help.
Well, what I'm referring to is, can you remember whether you received Mr. Simpson's reference sample before or after you received the crime scene samples? That's what I'm referring to.
Ask and answer.
Overruled.
You mean now, based upon my notes, or you're trying to make me remember what I remembered back then? That's not easy to do.
Mr. Yamauchi, I'm interested in what you can remember now from your own independent recollection as you sit here today and you testify to this jury under oath. Do you know whether you received Mr. Simpson's reference sample before or after you received the crime scene samples, the Bundy swatches and the glove?
I believe I did, yes.
Which, before or after?
Before.
Before. You sure of that now?
Well, judging by my notes and the order of things that are going on, I would say that's the time when I received it.
You received it before,
Yes.
okay? And and those are the same notes that you're looking at now that we just went over with the jury. That's 1185, right? Page 1. Put that up.
Yes.
Same set of notes that you were looking at when you testified in August.
Yes, it should be.
And isn't it true that the best you could remember in August is that it all happened at approximately the same time? That is, that you received the crime scene samples and the blood vial at approximately the same time, but you weren't sure which you received before and which you received after.
Sustained.
In August, wasn't the best you could remember is that it all happened at approximately the same time?
Is that what I said?
Is that what you said? Is that the best you could remember in August?
Well, if you could allow me to review that part of my transcript, I'd probably be better off answering your questions.
Sure. I'm now reading from page 620 of the Griffin hearing. Where you asked these questions, did you give these answers?
He's asked for an opportunity to review the testimony.
I'll now read it to him.
Read it to him.
Question. Yes, on page 620, line number 7.
Mr. Scheck.
Thank you. Question. So then you received a reference sample on June 14th? Answer, yes. And did you receive that before or after you received the crime scene samples? Answer, I'm not sure. Question, you don't know? Answer, indicates in the record no audible response. Question, was it around the same time? Answer, approximately, yeah. Were you asked those questions? Did you give those answers?
Yes, that sounds reasonable.
So in August of 1994, about 2.5 months after you actually were in the evidence processing room dealing with these samples, you weren't sure when you received the crime scene samples in relation to Mr. Simpson's reference sample, right?
Overruled.
Yes, and after we've been through this carefully and I've looked through my notes more, that's why now I feel, but I've still stated, there's no time on here, so I don't know for sure. But based upon my notes, I have a good feeling that that's when it happened, before I received the other evidence.
These notes that we're looking at, 1185, page 1, same notes you were looking at in August, right?
That's correct.
But now, on direct examination, you specifically remembered that you received Mr. Simpson's reference tube after a conversation with Dennis Fung. Right?
That's right. Since that time, I've had chances to look over my notes more carefully and try to piece together that issue.
Same note, same piece of paper.
That and the rest of my notes.
The other 4 pages?
Yes.
Do the other 4 pages say anything about Mr. Simpson's reference sample?
No, they don't.
And you told us on direct examination that you now specifically remember that you went to the end of the table in the evidence processing room by the garage door.
Sustained.
Did you go to the end of the table in the evidence processing room by the garage door with Mr. Simpson's reference tube?
Yes, I recall making the blood swatch card in that area.
And that's where, it was in that area that you now specifically recall you made the blood swatch card.
Not specifically, but generally speaking, it was on that end of the room.
All right? And you now can tell us that you made the blood swatch card before you examined the glove.
Judging by the continuity of my notes and the next page entrance here that you pointed out, I would say, yeah, that's the most likely scenario.
And you now can tell us that you specifically recall making the Fitzgo card with Mr. Simpson's reference tube before you did cuttings of the Bundy blood swatches.
Yes, that goes in line with the continuity.
And you now can specifically recall that you were concerned about wind currents when you were at the end of the table in the evidence processing room handling the reference sample.
Wind currents?
Yeah, didn't you say something about that on direct?
I'm not sure. I don't recall that.
And you now specifically recall an independent recollection, not what you usually do, but you independently recall that you pipetted about 1 milliliter out in your left hand.
I described the procedure that I usually take when I make those cards, and that's to pipette 1 ml of blood out of the tube, the reference tube, and into the pipetter.
Were you testifying on direct examination about what you usually do or what you independently recall doing on the morning of June 14th?
I don't argue that.
Sustained.
You just said to this jury, when I asked you about pipetting with your left hand, that you were testifying That's what you usually do. Just say that?
Yes, and to answer your question, it's a little of both.
Well, I'd like you to direct your attention to what you independently remember from the morning of June 14th, as opposed to what you think you would have done. Okay?
Overruled. Ask a question.
Do you have an independent recollection of walking to the end of that table? The evidence processing room near the garage door.
I have an independent recollection of making that swatch card on somewhere at that end of the room.
Now, on direct, you indicated that you walked around to the end of the table, didn't you?
You're going to have to be more specific about that.
Do you have an independent recollection that you didn't hold the tube in your right hand when you were pipetting with your left, but you put it on a stand?
Yes,
An independent
I-
recollection of that.
I would have to put it on a stand.
No. And you say you have to put it on a stand as opposed to holding it in your right hand. Are you telling us that's what you would have done, or that's what you independently recall you did?
No, okay, I don't remember specifically, step by step, exactly what I did, and that's why I go back to my normal standard practice and procedures.
But when you testified on direct examination, weren't you telling this jury that you had an independent recollection of exactly what steps you took in handling Mr. Simpson's reference sample on the morning of June 14th?
Objection is argued.
Stay.
Mr. Harmon asked you very, very specifically, didn't he? Did you change your gloves between making the Fisco card with Mr. Simpson's reference sample and then moving on to cut the Bundy swatches? Do you recall that?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
And do you recall when he asked you that question, he asked you if you had an independent recollection that you actually changed your gloves. Do you recall that?
I'd have to see the transcripts. I'm not sure I recall that.
Well, then let's get to what you can recall and what you can't. Do you have an independent recollection as you sit here today that you changed your gloves after handling Mr. Simpson's reference sample and then moving on to cut specimens?
Of course, I don't remember independently every specific detail, but once again, my procedure and practice is when I'm doing those blood tubes, I change my gloves.
My question is, do you have an independent recollection that you actually changed your gloves on the morning of June 14th?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yes, I do.
You do.
Yes.
Is your memory of those events, handling Mr. Simpson's blood vial, improving since August?
Well, the way you're making me think about it right now, I had to remember back to what I did with those gloves. And now I recall I had those gloves in my hand, they had blood on them. I would have to get rid of them, and I couldn't get rid of them right in that area at that time. I had to go around and either put them into the receptacle behind me or take it back to serology to dispose of those gloves. And somehow or another, that's what reminds me of taking off my gloves at that point.
Just occurred to you as we're talking right now.
Yeah, you're bringing me back to that time and place where I was doing that. And yes, it helped my recollection.
Well, on direct examination, Didn't Mr. Harmon ask you about a biohazard bag in the evidence processing room?
He might have.
And that's where you put your gloves? Didn't that come out in the questioning on direct?
Objection, that misstates the testimony.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Mr. Yamauchi, in preparing for your testimony in this case, did it come to your attention that mishandling Mr. Simpson's reference sample in relation to the crime scene specimens could be a very significant error?
Argumentative, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Well,
Rephrase the question.
in your discussions in preparation for your testimony, did it come to your attention that mishandling Mr. Simpson's reference tube in relation to the other crime scene specimens on the morning of June 14th would be a very serious error?
Objection, that's argumentative.
Sustained.
Did anybody discuss with you whether mishandling Mr. Simpson's reference tube on the morning of June 14th in relation to other crime scene specimens could be considered a serious error?
Mishandling any evidence item is not a good thing. It's common sense.
In your preparation discussions, was it not brought to your attention that mishandling a reference tube is more serious than mishandling other specimens?
Objection, that's argumentative.
Sustained.
Was it brought to your attention that mishandling a reference tube could be considered more serious than mishandling other specimens?
Well, given any scenario, of course it could be, or maybe it wouldn't be. The bottom line is you don't want to mishandle any evidence or reference sample.
Mr. Yamauchi, in our short discussion here, did you not say that you have an independent recollection now that blood got on your hands when you opened Mr. Simpson's reference tube? Did you just say that?
Misstates his testimony.
Sustained.
Did you get blood on your gloves when you opened Mr. Simpson's reference tube?
Yes, soak through the paper.
You remember that now?
Yes, I do.
In other words, didn't you testify before that you opened the tube, you did it with a chem wipe?
Yes, and the blood soaks through the Kim White.
So you're now saying that you have an independent recollection that the blood soaked through the chem wipe.
Along the tip edges, yeah.
And that's something that you didn't even recall when you were asked about this on direct examination.
Was I asked that specifically?
Well, do you recall being asked how you handled Mr. Simpson's reference tube on direct examination and giving a description?
Yes, I recall describing that process.
And when you gave that description, did you include the fact that the blood went right through the chem white, got your gloves dirty?
No, I don't believe so.
Because, in other words, it's in our discussion here on cross-examination, this came to you for the first time.
When you started talking in that much detail and you asked these specific questions, giving it to the best of my recollection.
Do you feel confident, Mr. Yamauchi, that your recollection of how you handled Mr. Simpson's reference sample on the morning of June 14th is not affected by how you think you're supposed to answer these questions?
Sustained.
Do you now recall that you put the Fitzco card 10 to 15 feet away from the specimens, the Bundy specimens?
I think I said that on direct.
Yeah. Is that what you remember now?
Yes.
Specifically recall that.
Yes.
But in August, 2 months afterwards, you weren't even sure whether you got Mr. Simpson's reference tube before or after you received the crime scene specimens. Isn't that true?
Actually, misstates the testimony.
Sustain.
Now, this morning, in reviewing your notes a little bit more carefully, or withdrawn, I shouldn't say that, in reviewing your notes, you agreed that you could have cut samples from the glove before you cut swatches from the Bundy samples.
Yes.
And you began, we know from your notes, and I'm turning to page, well, we renumbered page 3, but I know it says, Your Honor, let the record reflect that when I renumbered the pages, I put a cross through it and I initialed it.
Noted. Thank you.
We move that to the left as we look at it. Now, your notes indicate that you cut the Bundy swatches between 10 and 11 o'clock, correct?
Yes.
And then if we move it up a little bit, move it to the right, left, I'm sorry, the other way. And then you cut the 2 exemplars from Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson and Mr. Goldman between 11 and 11:20.
'41 and '42, yes.
Okay. Now, do you know whether Dennis Fung removed a hair, item number 19, from the Rockingham glove on the morning of June 14th?
I don't know.
Well, you were not there to witness Mr. Fung. Withdrawn. You did not see Mr. Fung remove a hair from the Rockingham glove on the morning of June 14th.
I don't recall that.
All right. You know for a fact, always have trouble with the way you want me to formulate these. Is it true, sir, that Mr. Fung never removed a hair from the Rockingham glove after you did cuttings on June 14th?
Sustain.
Well, after you cut the glove on June 14th, do you have any knowledge of Mr. Fung removing a hair from it?
Possible hearsay, speculation, no foundation.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Do you know if Mr. Fung removed a hair from the Rockingham glove after you manipulated and cut it?
I don't know if he did or not.
Your Honor, I'd like to put evidence collection page from 1107 on the Elmo.
No, it's a mark for identification.
No, this is an essence.
It's minor difference perhaps in procedure. There's nothing in evidence, counsel.
No, Your Honor.
Why don't you approach with the court reporter, please?
move at this time 1107 evidence based upon prior testimony of Mr. Fung and Ms. Mazzola.
No foundation, it's hearsay.
Sustained.
In the course of your work at the SID laboratory, is it part of the regular course of business to fill out crime scene identification investigation checklists?
For crime scene investigations, yes.
And is it part of the normal course of business in those crime scene identification checklists to fill out what are known as evidence collection reports?
It's one of the pages in that packet.
And in some of these evidence collection reports, there is a box for sample numbers, and there's a box for item collected and time.
Yes.
And these reports are supposed to be filled out, these reports are filled out in the regular course of business at your laboratory?
The regular course of... Yes, that whole set of forms is what's made available to all of us when we go out to crime scenes.
And you fill out these reports at or near the time that you collect the item of evidence.
You mean me personally when I do a crime scene? Or
You meet criminalists in your laboratory. It's part of the regular course of your business to fill out these evidence collection reports at or near the time that you collect the item of evidence.
sometimes I do, sometimes I fill in a collective where I put the time in from the first item collected and the time in on the last item collected.
All right, but sometimes you will actually fill in the time under the box time.
Fill them all out. Yeah, occasionally I'll do that.
And when you do that, you fill it out. It's the regular course of your business to fill that out at or near the time that you collect the item.
Sure.
All right? And criminalists in your laboratory have an obligation when they fill in these forms to fill them in accurately and truthfully.
Of course.
All right? Now, have you reviewed in the course of this case the crime scene investigation checklist and the evidence collection report filled out by Dennis Fung and Andrea Mazzola?
Have I reviewed it? No.
Never seen it once.
No.
All right? I show you what has been page 2 of 2 pages of the evidence collection report that is Exhibit 1107, Fence 1107. Is this page one of those evidence collection reports page that's filled out in the regular course of your business at SID?
Yes.
And is it the regular course of your business at SID for criminalists to fill that out accurately?
Sure. Yes.
And are they supposed to fill it out sometime at or near the time that they locate the item, collect it, or put in the time?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer these 2 pages from the evidence collection sheet of 1107.
It's somebody else's report, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Do you rely on the evidence collection reports of other criminalists in the course of your work on a case?
Do I rely upon them?
Yes.
And it's irrelevant on the scope.
Overruled.
Well, I might utilize them in reference.
Would you rely on the information in this report to be accurate, even though you didn't create the report yourself?
Actually, that's irrelevant.
Overruled.
I would assume it's correct.
And I would offer it now.
Sustain.
Would you rely, as part of your formulating your expert opinion about how crime scene samples are handled in this case, would you rely upon the evidence collection reports filled out by Dennis Fung and Andrea Mazzola?
Objection calls for speculation. It's beyond the scope of this direct examination.
Overruled.
Still hearsay.
Overruled.
I think I would rather have a discussion with them and then have them explain and tell me that this is reference material for certain areas. So in other words, what I'm saying is I'd rather have it in conjunction with physically speaking with them, because they're their notes and, you know, not my own. They might have their own personal styles of writing and taking notes.
In terms of the time that hair and fibers might have been removed from the glove, is the evidence collection report an item that you would generally rely upon in formulating your expert opinion about crime scene samples in a case?
Objection, that's irrelevant.
Overruled.
Once again, I would like to talk to them first to clarify issues and make sure I understand the way that they fill out and address their notes. For one thing, there's times on here, but it doesn't say what date they were collected on. Is there more of this, or?
Let me see counsel without court reporter, please. Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Mr. Yamauchi, do you recognize these two pages which have been marked Defendants 1107?
They look like part of the crime scene note packet.
Crime scene note packet that is filled out in the regular course of business at the SID laboratory.
Yes.
And looking at the rest of the materials, 1107 and these last two pages, do you recognize this to be the evidence collection report filled out by Dennis Fung and Andrea Mazzola in connection with this case?
No foundation. Calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
I don't see any initials or anything like that on there, and I can't say that I could recognize their style of writing or anything. But judging by the,
Go ahead. Finish your answer.
judging by the numbers and the other stuff, it seems like it's related to this case.
You recognize these to be the item numbers in this case accord with the item numbers that of the various different specimens that you've been dealing with in this case, and you were dealing with on June 14th.
Speculation, no foundation, it's hearsay.
All right, Mr. Scheck, we're not going to make any progress in this area. The jury's already heard the testimony of Mr. Fung.
Wes,
Let's proceed.
do you notice on the first page of this evidence, this crime scene investigation checklist, do you see the names Dennis Fung and Andrea Mazzola?
Objection, it's hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
Having seen that, looking at all these documents, do you now recognize 1107 to be the crime scene investigation checklist and the evidence collection report filled out by Dennis Fung and Andrea Mazzola in connection with this case?
Actually calls for speculation, no foundation, it's hearsay.
Overruled.
Yeah, I say take your word for it.
All right, let's move on.
Mr. Yamauchi, let me ask you to assume that Mr. Fung removed hair and fibers from the glove at 9 a.m. on the morning of June 14th. Do you have that in mind?
It's improper hypothetical, it's inconsistent with the testimony.
Overruled.
Okay.
Now, if you assume that to be true, would you not agree in reconstructing the events of June 14th that you cut samples from the glove sometime between 9 a.m. and Mr. Fung removed the hair and 10 a.m. when you began cutting the swatches from the Bundy samples?
That's argumentative, it's the improper hypothetical.
Rephrase the question.
Assuming that Mr. Fung removed a hair from the glove at 9 a.m., looking, based on that assumption, and looking at all your notes, and canvassing your recollection of the morning of June 14th, do you believe it likely that you cut samples from the glove between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. on the morning of June 14th?
That's possible, although my notes don't reflect any times as to when I specifically did that.
We understand your notes don't reflect times, but
Not on that particular item. I didn't write the time down.
in reviewing the glove entries with you this morning, did you not agree that in terms of the listing of the items and the order in which you put in your notes, that it is likely that you cut samples from the glove before you cut the Bundy swatches?
That's argumentative.
Overruled. And Mr. Scheck, you're going to have to remove your items from the prosecution's side of the table.
I'm sorry?
You're going to have to move your belongings from the prosecution side of the table, unless you want to leave them there.
Correct. Move. Have my last question in mind?
I'm sorry, could you ask it one more time, please?
In reviewing your notes this morning, did you not reach the conclusion that it was likely that you cut samples from the glove before you did the Bundy samples?
Yes, that's possible, but once again, I don't have it written down and I don't have independent recollection of that using your terminology.
And assuming that Mr. Fung removed a hair from the glove at 9 a.m.,
Yes,
and combining that with your notes and the recollections you do have of the morning of June 14th, do you not consider it likely that you cut samples from the glove between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. on the morning of June 14th?
yes, that makes sense.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to have a diagram I'd like to, 230?
2:30.
Like to mark the fence next in order. This is defendants
1186.
1186.
This is the drawing of the glove.
Now, have you had an opportunity to examine this board, Mr. Yamauchi?
Yes,
And you examined this with Mr. Harmon the other day, Friday, I believe.
yes, so that's the same board. Yes, that's the one then.
All right. And are you satisfied that the blown up diagrams of the backside, the front side of the glove, and the wrist area where you put your initials are accurate reproductions of what you drew on your serology item description notes?
Yes, it seems to be.
And I guess the phrase we use here is the pull-out lines or the cutout lines that are accurately reflect your own notes about what procedures and manipulations you made of the glove on the morning of June 14th.
Yes, I didn't notice any inconsistencies.
Now, if we assume that Mr. Fung removed a hair from the glove on the morning of June 14th, you have no idea from your knowledge of this case where he removed it from, do you?
Where Mr. Funk? No, I don't know where he removed anything.
And you have no idea whether or not he was wearing the same pair of gloves that he used to handle the crime scene specimens when he removed a hair from this glove on the morning of June 14th.
Of course I don't know what he did.
Now, in your training, have you been taught that it is fundamental criminalist procedure to take a photograph of an item of evidence such as this glove before anyone in the crime lab alters it?
Argument.
Overruled.
I would say that's a good idea, and it's something that I would practice on most occasions. But to give it that much emphasis, not necessarily.
Are you familiar? You've been working at SID for how many years?
5 years?
5 years. Have you ever come in contact with a document known as a crime scene field unit protocol and procedures manual?
Actually beyond the scope of direct.
Overruled.
First time I ever heard about that was during this case.
Well, since this case began, have you had an opportunity to look through the crime scene field unit protocol and procedures manual?
Objections irrelevant.
Overruled.
Yeah, this so.
Overruled.
No, I've never looked at that.
Never looked at it. In the course, well, you have served on the crime scene field unit for SID, have you not?
Yes, I've had field duties.
Right. You've gone out to crime scene and collected evidence,
Yes,
and you received training on how to do that.
yes.
And some of that training, I take it, is part of the SID oral tradition.
Could
In other
you
words,
be more specific about that? What you mean by that?
Instead of getting any written instruction sheets on what to do, you were given oral instruction about what to do.
I've been to a crime scene investigation class from the California Criminalistics Institute, as well as have been to numerous seminars and training sessions at SID.
Did you go to what they call an SID mini academy?
I don't know if that's what it's called, but we had seminars on Thursdays.
Okay. In your Thursday seminars, did anybody ever tell you that before altering the condition of any evidence, it should be photographed?
On the scope.
Overruled.
Well, the items of evidence are photographed as they lay in the field by the photographer and the criminalists that are at the scene. And when they come back, well, quite often we'll remove bloodstains and things like that from them. It's not always critical to photo document them at that point. One reason that I would is if I was going to alter it in some way, like make a cutting. And that's, in this case, what I did.
Would you consider removing a hair from a glove, altering it?
It would depend on the situation.
Let's try this one. Would you consider removing a hair from the Rockingham glove, altering the evidence, altering item number 9?
Objections, argumentative, false speculations beyond the scope.
Sustain.
In analyzing, you conducted an examination of the glove yourself before you cut it.
Of course, I looked it over.
And you were trying to figure out, in the course of your examination of the glove, what the best areas were to either swab or cut for purposes of DNA testing.
Yes, I was looking for areas to sample.
And would it have been of some importance in terms of figuring out which area to sample to know where a hair had been found on that glove?
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
Overruled.
As far as my analysis is concerned, removing blood, that's not an issue that affects me. It would be something that would be taken up with Trace or the people that analyze hairs and fibers. If that's what you're getting at, I'm not sure.
Did you see a piece of tissue embedded anywhere in the notch area of the Rockingham glove on the morning of June 14th?
Well, to my recollection, I don't recall anything like that, and it's not on my notes.
So to the best of your knowledge, you can't tell us whether there was a piece of tissue in the notch area as well as a hair that was removed by Mr. Fung.
There may very well have been. I tried not to manipulate that item, overly manipulate it, and I concentrated in on what was important to me, which was the sampling process for
Would-
the DNA PCR.
In terms of trying to determine whether or not there could have been cross-contamination of this evidence item, would it be important for you to know when Mr. Fung touched that glove, where he touched it, and what he was wearing when he touched it?
Objection, it's argumentative, calls for speculation, no foundation.
Sustain.
Do you have any concerns that in the course of manipulating this glove, employees of SID might have transferred small amounts of blood to the glove?
Misstates the testimony. No
Sustained.
foundation.
I'm asking, do you have any concerns that that could occur?
Calls for speculation.
Sustain.
In the course of examining and cutting evidence for purposes of DNA testing, is it important that SID criminalists engage in conduct that prevents cross-contamination?
Of course that's important.
Right? Based on your knowledge of what can cause cross-contamination, would you consider it an unsound practice for Mr. Fung to have been handling the blood swatches from Rockingham and then, without changing gloves, remove a hair from the wrist area of this glove?
Objection, misstates the testimony, calls for speculation, no foundation.
Sustain.
Would it be unsound practice for Mr. Fung to have manipulated the blood swatches and then, without changing gloves, removed a hair from some location of the glove?
Objection, no foundation, calls for speculation.
Sustain.
You don't know what Mr. Fung did in removing the hair from this glove, do you?
No, I don't.
Now, in terms of your own manipulation of the glove, you conducted a number of different procedures before you even did a cutting. Is that correct?
If you're referring to the phenolphthalein test,
Is that one thing you did?
yes.
Now, before you did the phenolphthalein test, did you do anything else in examining the glove?
Well, anything else like what? Could you be specific?
Did you touch it with your hands, with gloved hands?
Did I touch it with gloved hands?
Yes.
Yes, I would have to touch it with gloved hands.
Well, do you know where did you examine the gloves in the evidence processing room? I think you've indicated you did.
The glove, not gloves.
This glove,
This
the
glove
Rockingham
right
glove.
here. Yes.
And assuming that you did it after you created the Fitzgo card, do you know where, in relation to the Fitzgo card, you conducted these manipulations of the glove?
I remember working on that glove on the, not on the table, but on the bench area next to the paper, the clean paper.
Not on the table?
The table where the evidence was on.
So there's one, the evidence is on the table at the back of the room where the hood is, right?
Yes.
All right. Incidentally, weren't there two other cases going on in the evidence processing room that day?
I don't know.
You don't recall seeing any other evidence items out from any other case?
I I saw a lot of evidence. I don't know if it was all from the Simpson case or it could have been from some other cases.
So arrayed along the tables in the evidence processing room was evidence from the Simpson case and evidence from other cases.
That misstates his testimony.
Sustained.
Was there evidence from other cases out on the tables in the evidence processing room, as well as the evidence in this case?
Well, there might have been. I don't know.
All right? You can't recall as you sit here today.
It wasn't something I asked.
Well, I'm only asking about what you saw.
Okay, what I saw is a bunch of packaged evidence as if it'd been collected at a crime scene, and it was back on that table.
So you do recall seeing other packages of evidence as well as the evidence in this case?
Well, I don't
That
know.
misstates his testimony.
Sustained.
Other packages?
Oh, I don't know if there were other. At that point, I didn't know if it was related or if you're saying there's another case there, I wouldn't doubt it.
Do you, as you sit here today, have a specific independent recollection as to how far away this glove was when you manipulated it from the Fitzgo card and Mr. Simpson's reference to?
Well, that was about 10 to 15 feet. It would be about the same as the rest of the evidence.
Now, did you put your initials in the wrist area of the glove first?
No, I initialed it last.
How do you know that?
That's my practice.
Okay. You don't independently recall it, it's just the way you do things?
I remember doing it last.
And when you initialed that glove, you had to grip it in the wrist area in order to write your name, didn't you?
I don't recall, but possibly.
And you proceeded to do a series of phenolphthalein tests on this glove.
You mean after I initialed it?
I thought you said you initialed it last.
Right. So, well, you said you proceeded, and so I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Do you know where you started? It would be in area A?
It's most likely that I followed that ABCD pattern.
All right.
Makes sense.
So you did a phenolphthalein test by taking a Q-tip and swabbing area A. Is that right?
I took a clean Q-tip, moistened it with sterile water, and then swabbed that area.
All right. And then you did a cutting.
That sounds reasonable.
Well, I don't know. I wasn't there. Did you do all the phenolphthalein tests first and then do cuttings? Or did you do a pheno and then a cutting? What did you do? Do you know?
I don't remember.
Okay. Okay.
Specifically, I don't remember.
You don't remember. And when you did your cuttings, did you use that scalpel again with just one hand?
When I do cuttings, I use a scalpel, and yes, I can manipulate it with one hand.
So do you actually have an independent recollection that you cut the glove at every point indicated as sample cutting with just one hand without gripping that glove with the other hand?
Might have gripped it with the other hand.
Right? And you did, looking at the palm side, 2 pheno samplings and a cutting on the inside area labeled C in the wrist area of the glove.
Yes.
And you did pheno tests, 2 of them, on the back side of the glove in the wrist area.
Yes.
And at the end of this process, you initialed the glove on the inside in the wrist area.
Yes.
Your Honor, I think that,
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess for 15. Please remember all of my admonitions to you, and we'll reconvene in 15 minutes. Mr. Yamaguchi, you can step down. Your cross-examination.
when you were taking samples from the glove, were you in a hurry?
No.
When you were cutting the Bundy swatches, were you in a hurry?
No.
Now, you mentioned on direct examination that you have one of these little badges that you put up next to the door, and that admits you into the evidence processing room.
Yes.
And you're familiar with computer printouts entitled card transaction reports that reflect when somebody goes into the evidence processing room.
Yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to show you what's already been marked as People's 226, a serology transaction report. And I'd like to also show you defendants next in order. What would that be?
1187.
1187. And I'd like you to compare 1187 to 226 and tell us if 1187 is a fair and accurate summary of all the different entries on the transaction report for June 14th into the evidence processing room that bear your name. And just to help you out, it's page 1.
Objection, 226 is hearsay at this point, it's not an evidence.
Overruled.
What's the door number on the evidence processing room?
$18.
Can we confirm that that's the evidence processing room?
Well, the 226 was introduced by the people as the transaction report of that room.
I have an objection.
That's
fine.
testifying.
It's hearsay,
All right,
That's
I'm sorry.
testifying, counsel.
And I object that that document was hearsay because the witness is unfamiliar with the self-foundation.
Overruled.
Ask you to assume it's door number 18 and the 226 is the transaction report. Door number 18 is the evidence processing room.
Okay, if I assume that, then I can
Yes.
go on.
Thank you.
Do you need a straight edge, Mr. Yamaguchi?
Thank you, but I'm okay.
All right.
Who's on to page 4?
This one? Okay. Okay.
Mr. Scheck.
Okay,
Is that accurate? Is
1187 accurate?
under the assumption that this is from the evidence processing room for that particular date, yes, it is.
Objection, Your Honor, there's something about this, it's
Overruled.
display?
Yes.
Okay, now, the transaction record would indicate these are all entries, correct? That's how the system works?
Yes,
All right. So it shows you entering at the evidence processing room at 8:17, and then presumably sometime between 8:17 and 8:31 you left because you re-entered again at 8:31, correct?
that's a good assumption.
Okay. Now, let's look at how many times you left between 9 and 10 o'clock. Okay? At 9, we see you re-entering at 9:15, correct?
Yes,
And we see you re-entering at 9:27.
yes,
So that would mean that sometime between 9:15 and 9:27, you left the evidence processing room and then re-entered.
it's a good assumption.
And then between 9:27 and 9:49, you left and then re-entered at 9:49.
Yes, that's reasonable.
And at 9:49, between 9:49 and 9:59, you left and re-entered again at 9:59.
Right,
And all those exit and entries between 9:15 and 9:59 occurred during the period of time that you were manipulating and cutting samples from the glove.
objection, that misstates the testimony.
Sustained.
All right. If we assume that you started manipulating and sampling the glove sometime after 9 a.m., would it be fair to say that you entered and exited the evidence processing room at the times indicated on 1187 during the period that you were manipulating and cutting the glove?
Objection, possible speculation has no foundation.
Sustained.
Do you recall entering and leaving the evidence processing room while you were manipulating and cutting the glove?
well, to begin with, we just went over that section of my notes, and yeah, I said it was reasonable to assume that sometime between, I guess, what was it, 9 and 10 or so, that's when that was analyzed, but I don't remember specific details as to what I was doing and what time I took samples. And at certain points, I would have had to go get the photographer too and have him come by to photograph that item.
Well-
So I don't know.
The photographer in question is who, if you recall?
It's either John Taggart or Mike Wilson.
Well, looking at the entries on 226, tell us entries you see on the morning of June 14th for Taggart and Wilson and the times.
Objection, possible speculation, no foundation.
Overruled.
John Taggart, 824.
Okay, hold on.
Uh-huh.
Given your reconstruction of the events of the morning of June 14th, do you believe that Taggart entered at 8:24 and took a picture of the glove before you manipulated and cut it?
Objection, possible speculation.
Sustained. Raise the question.
As best you can recall, given your notes and records and recollection, did Taggart come into the evidence processing room at 8:27 and take a picture of the glove?
Like I said before, I don't know if it was John Taggart or Mike Wilson.
All right. Would you look at the transaction report and see if there's, when the next entry for Taggart or Wilson is?
For Wilson, it's 8:47.
All right. Do you recall Wilson entering the evidence processing room at 8:47 and taking a picture of the glove?
I don't recall which one of them did it. I asked John Taggart to take the photograph, and I'm not sure if he did or if Mike Wilson did.
So, you are certain, are you not, that the photograph taken of the glove was after you had manipulated and cut it?
No, I had it photoed beforehand, before I did the cutting.
Didn't you testify on direct examination that the photograph of the glove was done after you initialed it, manipulated it, and cut it?
No, I don't believe so.
Mistakes the testimony.
Say, rephrase the question.
Do you recall what you said on direct testimony with respect to when the glove was photographed, before or after you manipulated it and cut it?
On June 14th.
Well, I'm sorry,
On June 14th.
on June 14th.
I believe I said before, because the whole idea behind photographing it before is because I was going to cut it. So I wanted to have a photo documentation of it as how it looked before I did the cuttings on it.
Have you ever seen a photograph of the Rockingham glove in a condition prior to the cuts you made on it?
She assumes facts, not in evidence.
Or will?
Seen quite a few photographs of that. I don't know if those were the ones or the set that I had requested.
You requested a set of photographs from the prosecutors to review before you testified.
No, I didn't. For that particular issue, I'd have to go back and check the records to make sure that this set that I've seen in the past is the set that happened on that date and time.
Where would you go to check?
I'd probably have to talk to Mr. Matheson.
All right. And after talking with Mr. Matheson, do you believe you could determine whether or not there is in existence a photograph of the Rockingham glove taken at SID that reflects its condition before you manipulated and cut it?
Yeah, there should be.
I would ask you if you could do that for us.
Right now?
Well, why not? Sometime after court today.
Okay.
Now, when you were I'm bringing up page 5 of your notes. Page 3 of your notes with respect to your cutting of the Bundy swatches. Now, you recall on direct examination that you took out some envelopes and paper, and you demonstrated for the jury how the process that you went through in cutting the swatch, putting it in the bindle, putting it into the test, putting a part of it into the test tube, and packing it. You went from one to the other. Do you recall that?
Into the microcentrifuge tubes?
Yes.
Yes.
You recall standing up in front of the jury here and taking out those envelopes and demonstrating?
Yes, I recall that.
Okay. Now, when you did that demonstration, didn't you leave out one aspect of your activities that you engaged in when you cut the swatches?
Well, what aspect is that?
Well, I call your attention to your notes, page 3. When you were going through the process of unpacking the bindles, cutting the swatches with a scalpel in one hand, with that same hand putting it into the microcentrifuge tube, and before you repackaged them and went to another bindle, didn't you make a drawing?
Yes.
So that was part of your activities as you went through the Bundy samples.
Yes.
You made the drawing that appears here as page 3 of your notes.
Yes.
And when you made that drawing, you tried to be as careful as possible in outlining the shapes of each swatch.
No, I just made a approximate rendition of what I saw.
Well, on some of these, for example, take 49, didn't you make little renditions to try to indicate folds?
Yes.
In particular, I call your attention to the, I think you can see it as item 49. If you travel along the top right hand, the top of the line, all right, you see 6 little renditions of swatches, correct?
Correct.
And the 4th one over from the left is drawn in such a way to indicate a fold.
Yes.
And many of the other drawings here, you tried your best to indicate irregularities in the sizes and shapes of the swatches.
Yes, I try to do that approximately.
And you didn't take a picture of the swatches.
No.
That's not a practice in your laboratory.
No, it's not. It's never been an issue.
Okay. Now, this process of cutting the swatches and drawing them, you did carefully.
Well, I took some care in it, but keep in mind, these are approximations. I don't want to say that they're exact duplicates of the exact size of them.
No, I'm
It's
not
just
talking now
to
about
get
the
a general
drawings.
idea.
Not talking now about the drawings. I'm talking about the process of opening the bindles, cutting the swatches with one hand, putting the swatches into the microfuge tube, making your picture, repackaging the swatches. You did all that carefully.
Of course.
You didn't want to rush through that, did you?
No.
Because you weren't changing gloves.
Well, if something got on my gloves, I would change it. Or if I had inadvertently touched a swatch or something, then I would change it. But I do my manipulations with the scalpel blade. And so there isn't necessarily a need to change my gloves.
I thought it was your firm testimony, well, I'll rephrase it. I thought it was your testimony that you were sure that you had not touched a swatch with your glove when you went through this manipulation process and cutting process of the Bundy swatches.
You're right. I don't recall touching any swatches.
Okay, you're sure of that?
Yes.
Didn't change your gloves?
I wouldn't see any reason why I would have to. No.
And you actually told us, I think this morning, that with respect to sample 49, two of these swatches were actually stuck together and you had to pull them apart.
Sustain.
Now, you did these cuttings, well, let's see, 117, there was a total of 4 swatches?
No, there's 2 swatches and 1 control.
Well, 2 swatches and 1 control, so that would be 3.
In total, yes.
And for sample 49, there was a total of 6 specimens and 1 control for a total of 7.
Yes.
And for sample 50, there were 4 specimens and 1 control for a total of 5.
Yes.
And for sample 48, there were 2 specimens and 1 control for a total of 3.
Yes.
And for sample 47, there were 7 specimens and 1 control for a total of 8.
Yes.
And you went through this entire process of cutting the swatches with the one hand, putting it into the test tubes, drawing your picture, opening the bindles and closing the bindles. You did all that in 1 hour.
Yes.
And that would come down to, on an average, about 12 minutes per item.
Yes.
And you're certain that you didn't touch any of the swatches with your glove,
Yes.
and you weren't in a rush.
I wasn't in a rush.
Now, you testified on direct examination to, well, let me move back for just 1 second. And during this process of doing the swatches, you went in and out of the evidence processing room between 10 and 11?
Yes.
Yes. The chart indicates an entry at 10:05, 10:54, and 10:59.
Okay. Yes.
Now, when you received these coin envelopes from Dennis Fung, each of them was closed. I'm talking now about the Bundy samples.
They weren't sealed.
But they were closed.
Yes.
And you opened them up.
Yes.
And you looked at the bindles.
Yes.
And you did not see one initial of Andrea Mazzola on any one of those bindles from the Bundy samples, did you?
Well, if it was there, I didn't note it. I noted the number down there.
And there was no count on the coin envelopes or the bindles indicating the number of swatches that had been originally collected.
No, that wasn't listed on there.
And the original packaging, that is the plastic bags that the swatches were initially put in, those were not preserved or present.
No, I don't recall seeing plastic bags.
Right? And we cannot test now the plastic bags, the blood on the plastic bags, to compare that any DNA typings from that blood with the typings from the swatches, can we?
Well, for one thing, if I didn't see the plastic bags, I really can't even testify as to their existence.
Okay. Have you ever used plastic bags to collect swatches?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained.
In your
Mr. Scheck, why don't you turn the podium towards the witness, please?
I'm sorry. In your experience in the evidence processing room, have you ever seen the plastic bags that the wet swatches are brought in?
Yes, I've seen that in my experience, and I've used that technique myself.
And invariably, do you not see blood stains on those plastic bags?
There winds up with them, a residual amount of blood left on the plastic.
Now, in your training and readings as a criminalist, have you not been taught that all original packaging of evidence items ought to be preserved as the chain of custody of an item proceeds?
Objections, argumentative, false speculation.
Oral.
Well, that's up to an interpretation too, because if you think about it, what's important is the swatch itself. That's what's going to be analyzed. This background piece of plastic that it's being placed on is just something that's supporting it. It's not intended to be analyzed. What's intended to be analyzed are the swatches, and that's what not initially, but eventually gets dried and booked into evidence.
Chain of custody refers to the practices of criminalists to ensure that the items collected are actually the items tested and presented in court.
That sounds reasonable.
And in the course of your training with respect to chain of custody, have you not heard that it is a standard practice to preserve all original packaging materials for an item?
Yes, and I think that's specifically designed to look at items of evidence such as a glove or something that's animate, not something that's a blood swatch where you're collecting a stain on the wall or something like that. See, the reason why is if say you have a glove, things can fall off of that, and you would want to preserve those pieces of trace evidence for further analysis. And that's one place where the trace people will look, would be inside the packaging housing that. But when we're talking about a blood swatch, what we're interested in are the types on that particular stain. If you consider that plastic, that's all that's doing is acting as support to dry the stain and or transport it. It's not changing any of the types that are on that particular stain. What's important, Mr. Scheck, is the stain itself and the information that can be gained by that.
Well, following through with what you just said with respect to the original packaging containing traces of the item collected, is it not true that these plastic packages would contain blood from the original swatches?
Yes, but you've got to...
Is that true? Yes or no?
He's explaining.
Let him finish answering the question.
All right, please finish.
You've got to understand, I mean, common sense will tell you this too. If you've got a blood stain and you put it on the plastic, it's not going to be different on the plastic than it would be on the swatch itself. If you have a glove and you put it in a package and some of the, maybe a hair or fiber or something falls off, then that's going to have evidentiary value. And so, of course, you're going to want to change or save that packaging because it's got stuff in it that's important. But the residual amount from a piece of plastic that's supporting a blood swatch is insignificant. What's important is what's on the swatch.
Let us assume, Mr. Yamauchi, that the swatches originally collected in the plastic bag are not the swatches that were put in the bindles. Are you with me?
You can make all kinds of
There's no
assumptions.
basis for that hypothetically.
Sustained.
Well, could you not scrape blood off the original plastic bags that contain these swatches and do a DNA test to find out what types would come from that blood on the plastic bag?
Yes, that's possible.
Right? And then one could compare the blood on the original plastic packaging to the blood types one got from the swatches.
That's possible. Well, why wouldn't you want to just go directly to the swatches themselves?
And if the typings from the plastic bag, blood from the plastic bag, were different than the typings from the actual swatches, wouldn't that raise a concern with respect to tampering with evidence?
Speculation, no
Sustained.
Did it raise any concern in your mind that there was no count on either the bindles, the coin envelopes, or any document you could find as to how many swatches were originally collected?
Not found beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Once again, this has never been an issue before. And what's important on these swatches is the DNA or the genetic marker types that are going to be found through scientific testing. Number is not going to tell us the quantity and quality of DNA or the quantity and quality of any enzymatic typing or antigens that we would need to look at. So it's never been an issue.
Evidence tampering, as far as you're concerned, has never been an issue in your laboratory.
Sustained.
Has evidence tampering ever arisen as an issue in your laboratory?
That's bad faith, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No.
Were you ever questioned by investigators from the district attorney's office, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Stevens, concerning the handling of the blood swatches in this case?
Relevant cause for hearsay, there's no foundation for this.
Sustained.
Were you aware of any investigation conducted by the district attorney's office or anyone else?
Sustained. That's irrelevant.
Now, on direct examination, withdraw, one more question. In your examination of the bindles, did you notice anything unusual?
No.
You said that when you received the blood vial, Mr. Simpson's reference sample, it was in the gray envelope.
Yes.
Got that from Mr. Fung.
Yes.
The envelope was not sealed.
No, it wasn't sealed yet.
You needed to look at your note to refresh your recollection on that?
Certainly, I wanted to be sure. I knew it was written there.
Do you recall testifying in some detail on direct examination about the envelope not being sealed?
On direct, I don't remember if that was asked or not.
Do you recall being asked whether it was normal in your experience at the SID to receive a reference sample envelope that was not sealed?
I might have been asked. You want me to just answer the question?
I'm asking if you recall saying that on direct.
Well, if I was asked that question, I would say it's not normal, but it's not out of the ordinary or extraordinary.
Well, my first question to you is, do you recall testifying, being asked that question, questions to that effect on direct examination, and giving answers about whether it was normal to receive an unsealed envelope with the blood vial?
Somewhere along those lines, it sounds familiar, but I can't be sure if that was asked in exactly that fashion or not.
Do you recall discussing with Mr. Harmon or Mr. Goldberg or any of the prosecutors the issue of the blood vial, the envelope not being sealed?
Yes.
How long were those discussions?
Not very long at all. They asked me if it was or was not, and I told them, no, it wasn't. They asked me if,
Excuse me, you said no, it wasn't?
Your Honor, this is about the 100th time
Yes.
today.
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Scheck,
I'm sorry.
it is at least the 10th time. There won't be an 11th, will there?
Your Honor, my apologies, but
Proceed.
I'm allowed to object when the answer is not responsive.
You are, but you're not allowed to interrupt the witness when
My
they're testifying.
You go ahead, Mr. Yamaguchi.
okay, where was I?
You were telling us about your conversations with the prosecutors, and they asked you whether it was normal to see an unsealed envelope containing a blood vial. You gave him an answer that it wasn't, and then you were about to say something else.
Occasionally, we work on evidence items that have not yet been booked. And so for that reason, it's not completely out of the ordinary.
Is it your understanding of procedures concerning the taking of blood from a suspect that after the nurse draws the blood from the suspect and hands the vial to the requesting officer, that the envelope is then supposed to be sealed?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Have you examined the envelopes that contain the blood vials?
Well, obviously, I looked at this one.
May I approach the witness? Section 4 of your DNA protocol is the one concerning evidence handling.
Yes.
And does it not indicate that the only evidence items that will be processed on a walk-in basis will be those items that are received from a detective/officer that has completed the proper transfer of items into the Evidence Control Unit, ECU?
That's what it reads there.
If something goes through the, such as a blood vial, were to go through the ECU, it would be sealed in addition at the ECU.
Yes, if it goes through the normal procedure. Keep in mind also that it does state at the beginning of that protocol and procedure manual that these are guidelines and not meant to be taken step by step. And that, as we know, this type of business requires different situations and different ways to respond to the situations. And this was a special situation. So I would say it's slightly out of the norm, but it's okay.
Well, is it okay for a detective to receive a blood vial at 2:30 in an envelope that's unsealed, take it up to his office, have coffee, then drive it out to the scene?
Beyond the scope of this witness's testimony as well.
Now, You were asked on direct examination about removing blood from Mr. Simpson's blood vial on June 25th. Recall that?
Yes.
Now, have you reviewed the records in the serology item description notes and the serology case summary sheet that refer to the withdrawal of blood from Mr. Simpson's blood vial for purposes of conventional serology testing?
I think I'm referring to that right now. We're referring to the same note page.
All right. Are your note pages marked by L numbers?
No, mine don't have L numbers on all of them. Is this it? Yeah, it looks like it. And this one, that's...
All right, Your Honor, may I have these two pages marked as defendants?
1189.
All right. Maybe we go to 1189A will be the serology item description notes, and 1189B will be the serology case summary sheet. Are you with me, Mr. Yamauchi?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the serology case summary sheets reflects conventional serology testing performed by you and Greg Matheson between June 24th and June 28th. Or let me withdraw that. You were requested to do it on June 24th. You started the conventional serology analysis on June 25th, and it was completed on June 28th. Please refer to the sheet if that would refresh your recollection.
Yes.
And this represents one conventional serology run done together by you and Mr. Matheson.
Yes.
And to perform these conventional serology tests, what do you do with respect to the blood from the suspect, in this case, Mr. Simpson?
Could you be more specific?
Sure. Is the actual way that you perform this test to wet some threads in drops of blood and then use that for purposes of the electrophoresis that goes on in conventional serology?
Well, generally speaking, that sounds about right.
Is that how it was done in this instance? And I'm referring here to 1189B.
Well, when I did the reference bloods, I did pretty much in that fashion what you just described.
All right. And to your knowledge, did Mr. Matheson do a duplicate test on this, or did you both just do one test?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Well, he did all the ABO and duplicated anything I might have done. I did the screening of the bloods. When the evidence came in line, he did the samples, and I loaded them on the gel and ran the gel.
So how many threads were created as reflected in 1189B for the conventional serology tests between both yourself and Mr. Matheson from Mr. Simpson's blood vial?
No, I'm not sure, because I wouldn't have created them all. You mean just the ones that I would have made?
Well, looking at the test results, how many threads would have to be created to generate the results that are reflected on 1189B?
At least two, I would say.
All right. And so you did one and Mr. Matheson did one.
No, I would have done two. There's one, two. I would have used, excuse me, at least three for doing that analysis.
And how many threads would Mr. Matheson need to do his analysis, if any additional were needed?
Let's see. At least one more.
All right? Now, you don't need 3/4 of a milliliter of blood to make 4 threads, do you?
No, but when you're doing the forward and reverse typing for the ABO, you need a decent quantity because you want to get separation between the blood cells and the plasma. So for that purpose, you need a little bit better volume.
You need as much as 3/4 of a mil?
That might be on the high side, but it's approximately.
Now, do you recall that you know a criminalist named Mark Taylor, do you not?
Yes.
And you recall that he visited your laboratory at Piper Tech on January 18th, 1995, with myself, Mr. Blazier, and an individual named Dr. John Gerdes.
Yes.
And you recall that we took pictures that day of Mr. Simpson's blood vial.
Yes, I recall that.
And you recall that Mr. Matheson was present at that meeting when we took pictures of the blood vial.
Oral.
Yes.
And at that meeting, was there not a review with you and Mr. Matheson with respect to each entry on the blood vial that reflected someone from LAPD entering into the blood vial and removing blood?
Speculations beyond the scope.
Oral.
They were discussing some things and pointing at here and there at, I don't know for sure exactly what they were talking about.
You weren't part of that conversation?
Objection, it's vague as to those conversations.
You said that there was conversation you didn't understand?
Yes, they were talking next to where Mark had the camera set up, next to those hot lights.
There's an entry on the blood vial for June 25th that Mr. Harmon asked you about on direct examination, right?
As of June 25th, 1994?
Yeah.
Yes.
Your initials are on the vial as being somebody that entered it and removed something.
Okay.
Is that true?
Well, I'd have to see that. That's something I would do, but I mean, it sounded like you were making a statement of fact.
Well, I'm asking. Is there not a, on the blood vial itself, an indication that on June 25th, you, as reflected by your initials, entered the vial to remove blood?
That sounds like something I'd do. I'd have to see the vial to make sure.
Well, don't you recall Mr. Harmon asking you questions about that entry on direct examination?
Whether I initialed it or not?
Whether you removed blood from the vial on June 25th.
Oh, yeah, of course I remember him asking me that, but you were talking again about my initials and stuff like that on there. And the date.
Do you recall Mr. Taylor, others in the room, questioning you about how much you took out of the vial on June 25th when we visited the laboratory on January 18th?
Objection, it's hearsay.
Oral.
I don't remember them specifically asking me, but if they did, I would have referred to my notes.
Do you have notes on
Yes.
the meeting?
Of the meeting, no. Of my notes were the serology item description notes.
Did you tell Mr. Taylor and the others in the room that you just took blood for threads, a drop or two, and you put back into the tube the blood that you didn't use?
Now I know I wouldn't say that because I would never put blood back into the tube.
You didn't say that.
Nope.
Did you say that you only used a drop or two that would be at the most 0.05 milliliters?
0.05 milliliters. No.
You did not say that about the amount of blood that you withdrew from the tube on June 25th, that you just took a drop or two constituting at most 0.05 milliliters.
If they were asking me how much I took to make the threads, I might have said that, but overall, I took more out because I had to do the ABO typing also.
My question is, did you tell Mr. Taylor and others in the room that you took just 0.05 milliliters to make threads when you went into the vial on June 25th?
If the question was, did I make threads, how much did I take out to make the threads? Yes.
Do you have, as you sit here today, an independent recollection of how much blood you took out of the vial on June 25th?
Looking back on my notes, I have approximately 3/4 of an ml.
All right. And there is nothing, you're looking now at the serology case summary sheet?
Serology item description notes.
Right. That's 1189A? The one that we just talked, the one I just showed you?
Was one or the other.
And that note reflects 1/3 of a milliliter being withdrawn, correct?
Yes.
But there is no notation in any notes of Mr. Matheson taking 3/4 of a milliliter on June 27th.
Objection and calls for speculation.
Sustain. Sustain. All right. Mr. Scheck, we need to take a comfort break for the jurors. We'll take a 5-minute comfort break, all right? Any jurors who want to step into the jury room, feel free to do so.
No, thank you.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Have you ever withdrawn? Was there ever an incident of contamination in your laboratory which the people at the DNA unit believed came from the kits supplied by Roche?
Calls for speculation. No, thank you.
Sustain. Why don't you cut the question in half?
All right. Was there ever an incident in your laboratory involving contamination from kits?
Calls for speculation. Hearsay. No foundation.
Overruled.
From kits specifically, we couldn't prove that, or it couldn't be isolated down to actually being there. But it was put into a category where something to do with the reagents at that end were giving an anomalous result.
Well, could you explain for us what the problem was, as far as you knew it to?
Foundation calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Well, first of all, you're saying problem, and it's not necessarily a problem. What it is we have these controls, like I was explaining before, and they're the indicators to us that something is a little bit different or out of the ordinary. And that indicator, by looking at our controls, we were able to figure out that something anomalous was taking place, and we isolated it to a specific area. As to whoever followed up on that, and the responsibility of that was Mr. Matheson and Miss Riley.
And you had
Ms.
no part
Riley.
in that?
Well, my initial input.
The anomalous results that you were talking about were contamination appearing in the negative controls on certain items?
Well, the negative controls were showing activity, yes.
Positive controls?
Positive controls were typing as they should.
And as a result of the contamination in the negative controls, you examined some of these strips yourself, did you not?
Yes.
All right. And you tried to make a determination when you examined them as to whether or not there was contamination in the laboratory.
That, well, yes, we would have to discover that, whether or not it's something to do with our handling process or some other area. There's ways of troubleshooting that.
Did you participate in that investigation as to the source of the contamination?
Initially, to a small extent, and then Aaron Riley handled the rest.
Were you informed about all the other steps that were taken to investigate the contamination?
We discussed her train of thought and her rationale.
What
As to-
conclusion? I'm sorry, you finished?
Yeah, as to what her conclusions were and so on and so forth.
What were the conclusions that were reached as a result of this investigation of the contamination?
Sustained.
Did you subsequently operate on the premise that this contamination incident that you've just described was limited to just a series of bad lots in kits that you received from Roche?
Possible speculation, yourself.
Oh,
There was some correlation, yes.
To your knowledge, did Roche indicate that any other laboratory had had problems with those kits?
Sustained.
Could you describe for us what the validation samples are that you test on withdraw? Do you test validation samples on an ongoing basis in your laboratory?
Validation samples, could you be more specific?
Do you, on an ongoing basis, test known samples in your laboratory to see if you're getting correct results?
Yes, with each run.
You're now referring to the positive controls?
The positive amplification control as well as blood standards.
Beyond that, do you have a program in your laboratory where you take known blood samples, that is from people in the lab and others, and on an ongoing basis, periodic basis, have analysts perform tests on those known standards?
No, nothing like that, but we do the proficiency tests on a rather regular basis.
Have you reviewed hybridization strips of validation studies and casework from your laboratory from 1993 forward? You personally?
From 1993 forward, I know my own stuff that I've worked on.
Have you reviewed other strips?
Sometimes I confirm other hybridization sheets, yes.
All right. As far as you know from all the sheets you've seen, do you have a contamination problem at the LAPD laboratory?
Not a problem, but we see contaminants showing up And that was an instance where such an anomaly showed up. And it's not outside of the ordinary from any other lab. That's why we have these controls set up within these systems to indicate to us that there's something there or possibly not there.
Now, you just said that it wasn't any different than problems with other labs. How much familiarity do you have with work of other laboratories with respect to issues of contamination?
I'll talk to Mark Taylor and the people at Roche. That's why they have these controls set up within there to indicate if anomalies occur or there's something to look at and consider.
May we move now to the SOX? And what I would request is that we put out some paper, the witness put out some gloves, and we put the SOX out pretty much in the same area that we had them before when we conducted the direct examination.
All right.
Do you have a board or something you want to use, Mr. Scheck? And Mrs. Robertson, we have some paper.
Yes, actually, may I suggest that we follow the same procedure as we did before by
All right.
Putting, I guess, the white paper on top of the cart, having the witness come down and move the SOX. And I'll put up the SOX for you.
All right, what size are those?
These are mediums.
Do we have any large gloves? Mr. Scheck, we have one minor problem here. We don't have the right size gloves. All right, let's proceed to something else.
I have nothing else. This is the end.
This is it? By golly, let's find some gloves, okay?
I knew that could do something.
Deputy Magneri indicates they have some large ones available. He'll make a phone call.
I think I can proceed for just a moment then before we get that. Now, on June 14th, did you see the SOX, item number 13, that were recovered from Mr. Simpson's bedroom?
No.
To your knowledge, on June 14th or 15th, or at any time prior to August 4th, was a photograph taken of the SOX?
Prior to August 4th, I really couldn't say.
And when I say a photograph, I'm referring now to photographs other than those that were taken before it was collected. Do we understand each other?
No, I wouldn't know.
Now, do you recall a visit by Dr. Michael Baden and Dr. Barbara Wolf to the LAPD lab in June of 1994?
Sustain.
All right, this goes to the socks. Yes.
Briefly.
Do you know of such a visit by defense experts Baden and Wolf in June? Were you present for that?
That sounds familiar. I don't know if it was in June or not.
All right. And when Dr. Baden and Dr. Wolf visited the LAPD lab, did you have occasion to view the socks in preparation for that visit?
Do you have any specific dates?
Well, would June 22nd help?
Did I see him on the 22nd?
Well, actually, what I'm asking you is, do you recall seeing them in preparation for the visit or during the visit of Dr. Baden and Dr. Wolf?
I'm not sure. I didn't take notes that day. And I don't have independent recollection, using your own terminology.
Well, so you do recall a visit by Dr. Baden and Wolf where you were present,
Yes.
and items of evidence were displayed, but they were in bags.
Some were, yeah.
All right. And Dr. Baden and Dr. Wolf, to the best of your knowledge, were not allowed to handle and examine them. Is that your understanding and your recollection?
I recall them asking to see certain items and then asking if they could look at them with magnifying glasses and stuff, and basically we're obliging them.
Do you recall seeing the socks during that visit?
I can't recall specifically. I didn't take notes, and then my Michelle Kessler was taking notes.
Now, on June 29th, well, actually, now that he's outfitted with the gloves, maybe we should. Could you please come down here, Mr. Yamauchi, and if you would, open the envelopes, remove the socks, and lay them out.
Let's cut open the first plastic bag. Second plastic bag has already been cut. Removing a white envelope. Removing a brown paper bag from the white envelope. Removing a white envelope from the brown paper bag. Removing one sock. Removing the other sock from the white paper envelope. And then socks out.
Now, Mr. Yamauchi, could I ask you to move the various pieces of packaging or maybe we. Okay, that's good. Your Honor, could we just turn the paper around so the socks are closest to the tree?
Yes.
And could I ask you to move back, if you could, the bags and the scissors? Now, on June 29th, you were part of an analysis of the evidence in this case that was being conducted by yourself, Mr. Matheson, and Michelle Kessler.
Objections beyond the scope, it's also argumentative.
Sustain.
On June 29th, did you have occasion to review various items of evidence in this case?
Objections beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Yes, we looked at various items together.
And that was you? Is that
Yes.
correct? It was Greg Matheson,
Yes,
and it was Michelle Kessler.
yes,
And Michelle Kessler is the head of the laboratory.
she is now.
And at that time, where did you conduct this examination of evidence?
We're in Michelle Kessler's, I believe we were in her office.
And Mr. Matheson was the one that was keeping notes,
Yes,
and you were the one that was actually taking the various items of evidence out and displaying them for the group.
yes, on a lot of items I was explaining them.
And the purpose of this examination of each item of evidence was to make an assessment as to what kinds of serological or DNA tests should be performed on the various items of evidence.
Yes, and at that time when we explained, once again,
Was that a purpose of the examination? sir?
Again.
Yes.
I
that's a
moved
lot,
to,
Your Honor.
I asked him a specific question. I did not ask for an overall explanation. Strike the rest
Re-ask
of
your
the
question. The answer is stricken.
Did you go through the items of evidence collected up to that time, one by one?
I'm not aware of, well, yes, we looked at them one by one, but I'm not aware of what all evidence items were looked at. I was along there to assist in the way that I'm trained.
Well, let me show you. You're familiar with the handwritten summary that was made of this review on June 29th.
Yes, that looks like the one that Ms. Matheson was making out.
Can I mark this defendant's next to Murray, Your Honor? Document that I think previously been referred to as Exhibit K,
1190.
1190. Now, 1190 appears to you to be the sheet that Mr. Matheson was filling out with respect to the various items of evidence that the three of you were reviewing.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay. And in the course of this review on January 29th, you actually measured centimeters the Bundy swatches.
Yes,
You took out a ruler and you didn't even touch the swatches, you just got near them and made your best measurements.
and excuse me, in millimeters, I believe. we
Millimeters?
measured it in, I'm not sure.
All right, Mr. Young, you're going to keep your voice up for the court reporter.
And there came, and were you reviewing these items on white pieces of lab paper in Ms. Kessler's office?
Yes, we had bench coat, which is, it's like a paper with a kind of a waterproof seal on the back.
And would you be changing the paper as you went from item to item?
Yes, unless we're looking at swatches, which have their bimbles underneath them, not allowing them to touch the table.
Now, there came a time when the three of you looked at the socks.
Objection, that's argumentative, it calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Did there come a time when the three of you looked at the socks?
If it's in there, we took a look at it.
I'm showing the witness page 2 of 1190. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Now, I'd like you to turn over, I guess, the sock I'm pointing to now. Just 1 second now. There's a sock that is now closest to the jury, and by the heel, there appears to be a number 13 on it. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
All right. Now, let me just ask you to come to the board with me, which is 262A. I'd ask you to look at what's been depicted as sock A
Okay.
and the photograph to the right of sock A. See that?
Okay.
And would you agree that in that photograph of sock A, there appears the same number 13 that we see on the sock closest to the jury?
That's the way it appeared.
Right? Can we agree to call this sock with the number 13 on the heel sock A? All right? For purposes of making this record.
All right.
Now, would you turn sock A over? Do you see an arrow pointing upwards with the number 13 on sock A?
Yeah, that appears to be a 13. I'm not sure, it's not clearly legible.
And above that arrow, do you see a cutout?
Yes.
And what would you estimate the size of that cutout to be?
Rough approximation, approximately 4 by 1 centimeter.
Now, in the notes taken by Mr. Matheson, is there any observation?
Objection calls for hearsay, huh?
Sustained.
Do you know of any notation being made by yourself or anyone else on June 29th of seeing a reddish stain in the position of the cutout on sock A?
Objection calls for speculation, there's no foundation.
Sustained.
Were notations being made of the observations of yourself, Mr. Matheson, Ms. Kessler, on June 29th as you examine items of evidence?
Objection calls for speculation, no foundation.
Sustained.
Were you making observations, comments on the items of evidence you were reviewing on June 29th?
Greg was taking notes.
All right. You reviewed those notes?
Yes.
Do those notes reflect?
It's the same objection, it's hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you or anyone else in that room on June 29th observe a reddish stain in the position of the cutout on sock A?
Objection calls for speculation, hearsay, no foundation.
Sustained. You can ask this witness as to what he himself saw.
In terms of your observations, did you see a reddish stain in the area of the cutout on sock A?
Mr. Scheck? That's not necessary.
All right?
Answer the question, Mr. Yamachi.
Did you see a reddish stain in the area of the cutout on sock A?
No, I've never seen a reddish stain. The only observation I've ever made pertaining to a stain is some discoloration.
Right? did you see a reddish discoloration in the area of the cutout on June 29th on sock A?
Objections asked and answered.
Overruled.
No.
Did you see in the area of the cutout on sock A the material of the sock being crinkled and puckered?
I can't remember back that well, with that much detail, but what I do remember is that with a cursory observation to look at it, we couldn't notice any stains on that particular item. We didn't really look at it in detail at that time because we were just generating notes, and I guess they needed it for some type of a game plan as to how to handle this evidence.
So the answer to my question with respect to whether you saw the material in the area of the cutout on sock A as being crinkled and puckered on June 29th, the answer is no.
Objections asked and answered.
Overruled.
I don't recall specifically if it was crinkled and puckered or anything like that.
On June 29th, you knew that these socks came from Mr. Simpson's bedroom.
I may or I may not have at that point, I'm not sure.
Was there any discussion among you, and Mr. Matheson and Ms. Kessler as to whether the socks came from Mr. Simpson's bedroom?
Objection, Paul Peterson.
Sustained.
Was it your state of mind on June 29th that these socks were a particularly important piece of evidence?
I don't remember that clearly, but all the items of evidence that we're looking at, I didn't know history behind each and every one of them. I don't know when I heard that was from his house or where they collected it from or anything like that.
You just said, I believe, that you're sure that the examination of these socks was cursory. Are those your words?
Yes,
You have an independent recollection that the examination of these socks, a white piece of paper, Michelle Kessler's office, you and Mr. Matheson, Michelle Kessler, is cursory.
that's right. We looked at everything quickly. We didn't take time to take a very detailed examination of the evidence items.
You measured the swatches.
There was a purpose behind that, and they had their reasons for wanting to do that.
Your purpose in reviewing each of these items was to make a determination as to what kind of further serological or DNA testing should be performed.
I think the key word is potential. What potential for types of testing could be performed? It wasn't meant to hard and fast draw the line here and say we're sending this here and that there. But we needed some kind of an idea, or they did. They're the ones that make the decisions in that sort of area.
And in
Mr. Scheck, do you need him there at that location because the court reporter is having great difficulty with his back turned to her?
well, perhaps, maybe if he faces this way and I stand over here, that might be.
Don't forget the jurors.
Well, no, I'm not. In order to determine the potential for testing, you have to make observations about the amount of blood on an item.
Objection, it's argumentative. That was the
Sustained.
question.
In the course of determining the potential for testing, is it not important to make observations about blood on the various items of evidence?
Well, if it's not painfully obvious, in other words, if you can't, it doesn't jump right out at you, then there's not much we can do about it. At that stage, we wanted to just take a look at it and say, wow, there's blood here. Okay, then looks like there's enough to potentially do RFLP. But if it's not obvious in such a quick look, then we couldn't make that determination. And it would have to be looked at again more carefully at a later time.
Wasn't
one of the boxes on this sheet you were preparing to determine,
That misstates it. He didn't prepare that, Your Honor.
Sustain.
wasn't one of the boxes on the sheet that Mr. Matheson was writing on?
Objection, that's irrelevant. It's hearsay. It's
Sustain.
Mathison's report.
Form is irrelevant at this point.
Well, wasn't one of the determinations that you were assisting in making is what kind of future testing could be performed on the various evidence items?
Yes, excuse me, I stated that already. We're looking at these things to see whether they have potential for RFLP or PCR. And serological testing, conventional serological testing. So we had to take a quick run through and look at them and assess them. That was by no means, at least indicated to me by Michelle and Greg, going to be a final analysis by any stretch.
Well, you were trying to determine whether you could perform conventional serology, RFLP, PCR, or all of them on a particular item, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Isn't that right?
Yes,
And you were also trying to determine whether you could perform all of those tests and still have some left over to give to the defense.
yes.
And wasn't that the purpose of looking at these items?
To get a general idea, an approximate idea of what you just stated, yes.
And in order to determine if you could do an RFLP test, a PCR test, and a conventional serology test on sake, don't you have to examine it to determine how much blood is on it, if any?
Objection, that's argumentative. When?
Overruled.
Once again, I was under the understanding that we're there to do what we could by just looking at the items. Further testing to be sure whether or not there's blood on it would have to be done and tested with something like that phenolphthalein test that I explained earlier. That was not a part or an intention of that particular meeting. At least that's not what was conveyed to me.
In other words, you were taking out these evidence items and looking at them to determine whether you could perform conventional serology, RFLP, and PCR, but you weren't taking any particular care to look at the item to see if there was blood on it. Is that what you're saying?
It's argumentative.
Sustain. As phrased.
Mr. Yamauchi, after you, Michelle Kessler, and Mr. Matheson put that sock out, put those socks out on white paper, looked at it, did you not conclude that you had done a blood search and no blood was observed?
Objection, that's compound.
Sustain.
Did you not conclude after your examination of the socks, there was no blood on them?
No, not definitively. If you add in visual observation, that probably would be okay. But we didn't do any chemical tests to show that for sure there's no indication of blood there.
So from your visual observation and examination of the socks, you saw no blood on either.
I didn't see anything that appeared to be blood at that time.
And after you, I guess, did there come a point in time when you wrapped up the socks and you put them back, I guess at that point in the brown paper bag?
Yeah, at a certain point, we would have concluded and have to put everything away.
And you put both socks in that same brown paper bag?
I would have put it back as I found it when I took it out. I
You
can't
found it-
remember exactly which way that was.
When you found it on June 29th, weren't both socks just in that, brown paper bag?
I believe so.
Sorry?
I believe so.
And they were subsequently put in the underbag.
Yes, I believe that was done at a different time.
And to your knowledge, has any of the cuts in either of those socks been made by the defense experts.
Actual cost was speculation.
Sustain.
When you put the socks back in the, in its packaging on June 29th, did you see any reddish powder of any kind on the white piece of paper?
I don't recall anything like that.
Under the custody.
Right. You repackage the box for us, please. All right, let the record reflect that Mr. Yamauchi has returned the item to the bag, the socks. And Mrs. Robertson, if you'd retake possession of that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon session. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you, and do not conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. As far as the jury is concerned, we'll stand in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. All right, we'll be in recess. Thank you. Mr. Yamauchi.